from you why this event is important to you. He's from Kwanpa, Palm Music in Ghana. Tell me, what is it that you think is important about this event today?
It's basically about positioning where we find ourselves as a people, as a country, and the position of tourism in announcing the presence of Ghana to the globe. Tourism plays a very important role, extremely important. In fact, I feel tourism is more like the glue that will bring all other elements that will draw the attention we are looking for. Tourism is that glue, and that's why this is so important, because it will bring the attention we are looking for to Ghana, and then will announce Ghana to the world.
Announce Ghana to the world, yes. Ghana has been increasingly becoming more and more popular when it comes to tourism. People are moving here, people are taking vacations here. December is as people are coming here. December. Festival. In September, we have the World Tourism Day, where we celebrate with another paragliding festival as well. We have so many things that happen when we celebrate Independence Day. Throughout the month of March, we have Heritage Month, where we get to see what's happening across the country and visit different sites. And the whole year, we get to just enjoy the beauty of Ghana, the vastness of all 16 regions of this country, and just seeing the beauty and the culture of all of the people. This is going to be a really, really great day. I'm excited for you to be here today. Make sure you stay on this live stream so that you see what's happening and you hear from our president today as he talks about tourism. And he's also going to talk about tourism is important for economic growth in Ghana. And it's an opportunity to create jobs. Many people, young people, talk about lack of jobs in Ghana, but tourism is a space that people can position themselves to create something new and interesting. Do things that can invite other people. If you're a young person and you're watching today, know that you can use tourism as a way to create a career for yourself. You can be a tour guide. Visit Ghana Tourism Authority and find out how you can register yourself as a tour guide, and you can connect with some of the people who are coming from the diaspora community. Show them Ghana through your eyes. You have your own perspective of what you see in your neighborhood, in your city, in your country. Let people know how much you love Ghana. So stay tuned throughout today as we hear from important industry stakeholders when it comes to tourism in Ghana. We do have a few people who are over here still taking in a little bit of the food that we've had this morning, some breakfast, some snacks for people to just relax and prepare for this summit as the president is on his way to come and enjoy what's happening today. Let's hear if anybody here can talk to us about perhaps what they hope to hear from the industry stakeholders today. What is it that they think is important? Or maybe I should hear from should I hear from one of our dancers? One of our dancers, come, can we see you? Representing culture in Ghana, well, we love to see people representing the culture, the dance, the music, the kente, just the richness of Ghana represented. Show us a little bit of a quick dance. Ajwa. Yes. The beauty of Ghana. The beauty of Ghana. I can't do it. The dance moves, I should get some lessons. Perhaps I should get some lessons. Should I get some lessons? Yes. So we're still seeing people here are getting ready for.
Quick couple of announcements before we get
It was full earlier. People have made their way inside to go and prepare. Would you like to share with us today your thoughts on what you think about what rethinking tourism is? Please do so.
I'm now to Champong.
And what brought you here today?
I'm within the creative and culture industry space. Work with the National Commission on Culture. So I'm here as the chairperson of the Ghana Culture Forum.
And for today's event, what are your thoughts on how this can help support the National Commission on Culture and what you're trying to do when it comes to projecting Ghana's culture to the world?
Thank you very much. I believe that culture and tourism, you cannot separate it. So it is high time we started working closely. And unfortunately, we are all under one umbrella, that is the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Because one will prepare and do the cultural stuff and all that, and one will do the packaging and the sell and exploring new avenues and all that. So I believe that this summit is very critical, and I really applaud the leadership of the Ghana Tourism Authority.
Is to bring stakeholders together to get a clear path as how can revive tourism. Fortunately for us, last year figures were very good, and we think that if we put our minds together, both private and private sector, get a clear roadmap and make sure that we achieve at least 1.5 million tourists by 2025. That brings in about $5 billion. So the aim here is to strategize, get the pathway, make sure tourism becomes an important national economic activity. That's why we are here.
Thank you so much. You heard from him, and we will hear from him later today as well as he delivers his statements here at the summit. That is so key. The goal of numbers to 1.5 million people entering the country. It has been steadily growing every year, and we do look forward to the numbers getting to 1.5 million people. It looks like the president is almost here. People are being asked to enter the facility, and it looks like we're going to have a cultural troupe with Northern Region dance perform when the president comes up the red carpet. Everybody's going inside. This is an exciting day, really an exciting day. Stay tuned to this conference. It's a 2-day summit here at Peduasi Presidential Lodge, and it is an opportunity for us to learn more about tourism in Ghana, rethinking tourism at this presidential summit. 2-day summit. Today, 30th of March, tomorrow, 31st of March, here in warm sunshine, We see Kwampa has come back. Will you be doing another performance? Most likely. Okay. So I'm not sure if we are going to have to move or not, because for security reasons, people are often asked to move. So let me just confirm if we are able to stay. Let me confirm if we are able to stay here as media. I'm sure we will be, as we cover the arrival of the president. The president's motorcade has arrived. The presidential motorcade has arrived. Has arrived. The president of Ghana has arrived here at the Presidential Summit on Tourism. The president has arrived. To the president. The president has arrived, and we are walking into the space here as we prepare for the presidential summit.
The President of the Republic has arrived for the Presidential Summit on Tourism. Please remain standing as we sing the national anthem.
God bless the homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong, both to defend forever the cause of freedom and of pride. Feel a heart we through humility, make our cherished fearless honors heap, and help us to resist oppressors with all our will and might forevermore, and help us to resist oppressors with all our will and might forevermore.
Thank you, Mr. Kwesi. You may take your seats, distinguished guests. Good morning and welcome to Peduasi for the Presidential Summit on Tourism. Our theme is Rethinking Tourism for Economic Growth and Job Creation. My name is Kafui Day. It's a delight to be the Master of Ceremonies for day one of exciting conversations, Rethinking Tourism for Economic Growth and Job Creation. There'll be 3 panels that you need to look forward to in today's event. We are live online on Facebook at Ghana Tourism Authority and Beyond the Return. On YouTube, we are live on Visit Ghana. And our hashtags, for those of you who are taking photos and videos and sending out posts, hashtag Tourism Summit 23 and hashtag Rethink Tourism GH. Mr. President, you're welcome. There are a host of people that I would like to briefly recognize, and then we will have our welcome address. So I'll just go through the names and the organizations, and after you can give them a nice, warm Peduasi round of applause. Okay, so we have with us the Ghana Tourism Federation. We also have with us Tourism Union of Ghana, represented by Mrs. Alisa Osei Asamoah. Dr. Edward Nyamike Jr. represents the Ghana Hotels Association. Mr. Seth Okran represents the Car Rentals Association of Ghana. Mr. Frank Bonsu is here for the Ghana Association of Travel and Tourists Agents. Chef Isaac Kofi Sake is representing the Ghana Chefs Association. Mrs. Stella Apenting is representing Skal International Club. Mr. Ashford Samuel Bani Bensu represents the Tour Guides Association. Mrs. Teresa Ayaude is here for the Events and Meeting Professionals Association of Ghana. Mrs. Kate Hassan is heading the Event Vendors Association of Ghana. We also have Ghana Progressive Hotels here with us. Miss Delphine Brew Hammond is Miss Tourism. Mr. Joseph Amate is representing Tosoga. For kids in tourism, we have Nana Ekwe Friye here. For African Tourism Research Network, Mr. Emmanuel Frimpong. And for customer service excellence, Mr. Caleb Kofi. They represent private sector, so we can give the private sector a big round of applause. We have royalty here as well. So for the Royal Chiefs Association, we have Uketiche Nana Inim the First. Representing the Queen Mothers Foundation, we have Nana Masewa Bonsu. And we also have the Paramount Chief of Ibri in the person of Nana Utubo Jan Kwesi. A royal round of applause for them. We also have Miss Eloina Badu representing the airlines. We have the members of the diplomatic corps here as well. Professor Essie Sutherland Addy is with the Panafest Foundation. Good to have you here. We have editors of the media houses present, representing the media. From the Diasporan Fraternity, Diallo Sumbri represents the African American Association of Ghana. Rabbi Cohen represents Diaspora Coalition. And Dr. Erica Bennett represents the Diaspora African Forum. A nice diaspora round of applause for them. Thank you. We have a heavy delegation from the public sector agencies under the Ministry of Tourism, Arts, and Culture. Mr. Kingsley Ofusu Intiamwa represents the Ghana Museums and Monuments Board. Mr. Kujo Odami Entry is from the Ghana Tourist Development Company. Madam Amy Frimpong represents the National Theatre of Ghana. They've got a beautiful dance for us that you will enjoy. Madam Juliet Asante heads the National Film Authority. We have the National Commission on Culture here as well. Mr. Enoch Adinote Adibwe is from the Bureau of Ghana Languages. Madam Bernice Anne Dekuma is from the National Folklore Board. From W.E.B. Du Bois Center, we have Reverend Ruben Kujufio. From the Pan-African Writers Association, Dr. Wale Okediran. From Hotel, Catering and Tourism Institute, HOTCAT, Madam Elsie Klufio. The Creative Arts Agency is represented by Madam Jankuma Akufuado. And the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park is represented by Mr. Edward Kwao. From the Ghana Tourism Authority, we have all the directors here. We have the Ghana Tourism Authority Board Chair, Mr. Setba. We have the Ghana Tourism Development Company represented by Mr. Kwame Achampong Boating. We have directors of GTA, retired staff of GTA, regional directors of EGTA and the board, members of the board. Now, from the, and we also have with us this morning from the ministries, Ministry of Finance, the Honorable Dr. John Kuma. From the Ministry of Local Government, we have the Minister of State, Honorable Obi Amwa. We also have the Honorable Kobi Otri Daku, who is the Western Regional Minister. Senior Presidential Advisor on Media is here, the Honorable Oboshi Sai Kofi. Deputy Minister of Roads and Highways, Honorable Stephen Julala is here with us. We also have the Honorable Seth Champong, Eastern Regional Minister, here with us. And last but not the least, from the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, we have the Chief Director, Mr. John Yao Agbeko. Deputy Minister, Honorable Mark Okreku Mante, and the Honorable Minister, Honorable Ibrahim Mohammed Awal. Big round of applause for all our guests and all of you who are here for this momentous occasion, a day of dialogue and conversations around tourism. For the official welcome and introduction to what we want to achieve from this conference, it's my pleasure to bring onto the stage the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Tourism Authority. Let's welcome Mr. Akwesi Ajiman.
Ago. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, Nana Adudankwa Akufo-Addo, our boss, Honorable Mohammed Ibrahim Awal, the Action Man, Ministers of State, the Board Chairman and members of the GTA Board, directors from the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, CEOs of agencies under the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, my colleagues at GTA, distinguished guests, industry leaders, media friends, esteemed participants, all other protocols duly observed. It is my distinct honor to welcome you all to the first ever, and the emphasis is on the first ever, Presidential Summit of Ghana on Tourism, a landmark event that brings together visionary minds and influential leaders in our nation's pursuit of progress in tourism. Today, we are fortunate to have in our midst the President, under whose astute leadership and personal interest in the industry's welfare, Ghana has witnessed remarkable growth and development in the tourism industry. The President's unwavering commitment to promoting Ghana's unique cultural heritage and fostering a welcoming environment for visitors has yielded unprecedented results. One such notable initiative was the Year of Return, a transformative campaign in 2019 that invited people of African descent from around the globe to reconnect with their roots and experience the rich tapestry of Ghana's history and culture. This initiative has put Ghana on the map, and its legacy, the December in GH, is here to stay. Today, as we gather here, we extend our sincere appreciation to our private sector practitioners, whose dedication and investment have played an instrumental role in the sector's growth that we are seeing. Their vision, innovation, and entrepreneurial spirit have transformed Ghana into a sought-after tourism destination, and we acknowledge their tireless efforts in pushing our tourism drive forward. As we embark on this summit, let us all set our sights on the future and strive for actionable outcomes that will propel Ghana's tourism sector to greater heights. In conclusion, I want to thank and express my sincere and deepest appreciation to our President for his unwavering support and dedication to Ghana's tourism sector. To my Minister Dr. Awal and his Deputy, Honorable Marco Krekumenthe, thank you so much for your leadership and your support. I extend gratitude once again to the private sector players for their tireless efforts in making Ghana a vibrant tourism destination. I thank the board, management, and staff of GTA for their support. Together, let us seize this unique opportunity to shape the future of Ghana's tourism and embark on a journey towards economic growth, prosperity, and cultural enrichment for all. Thank you all, and may this summit be a resounding success. May God be our guide. Thank you.
with a performance like that, I mean, if you're taking part, who needs to go to the gym? I mean, that's a full workout right there from the National Theatre. And it was very symbolic because there were 4 dances from various regions of Ghana. So from the north, we had Drira, representing tourism. Then we had Achia, representing arts, Kundum, representing culture. And then the synergy came through with the Kete to round everything up and show the unity that we experience in this country. So beautiful national dance, national theater with that beautiful dance performance. Before our solidarity messages, a quick round of acknowledgements. We have our banking partners. We're really grateful to them. ADB Bank is represented by Hassan Yakubu Tali. Zenith Bank is represented by Kwame Adade. And UMB represented by Nana Jomo Bene. We have with us also the Mayor of the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, the Honorable Elizabeth Saki. We have Nana Jemfi Adrabour, he's from Sendlos. And last but not the least, we have the World Bank Country Director and the person of Mr. Pierre Laporte. Thank you, all of you, for making it today's event. Thank you. And now for some solidarity messages, the first of which will be delivered by the Vice President of the Ghana Tourism Federation. Let's welcome Dr. Kwesi Aison. You know how the speakers like to hear the applause before they start speaking. So yes, let's keep it nice and rich for him as he comes up to deliver a solidarity message on this beautiful Tuesday.
Ago. I'm not hearing resounding amen. Ago. Ago. Thank you. Your Excellency, this is a signature call for attention. So we try to popularize it anywhere we go within the tourism industry and the fraternity. So please, we will humbly entreat you to do the same. Thank you. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, members of the diplomatic community, honorable ministers of state, honorable members of parliament, honorable Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Dr. Ibrahim Awal, the board chair of Ghana Tourism Authority, Honorable Seth Ej Ban, the CEO of Ghana Tourism Authority, Mr. Akwesi Ajiman, Nananum, Nanahimanum, Nime Name, my presidents of private sector tourism and hospitality trade associations, distinguished panel members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our friends from the media. The list is endless, so please let me just pause here and say all protocols duly observed. On behalf of the President of Ghana Tourism Federation, GATOF, the apex body for the private sector tourism trade associations, the presidents of private sector trade associations under GATOF and its entire membership, the private sector actors in the tourism and hospitality industry, let me say, Your Excellency, we are overjoyed to witness and participate in this maiden tourism summit at no less a place than the Peduase Lodge, the presidential resort, which attests to the importance being given to tourism development at the center of the world, Ghana. This maiden tourism summit serves as a catalyst for collaboration, knowledge sharing, and collective action to ensure that tourism becomes a sustainable engine for economic growth and job creation, contributing to the overall development of our nation. Your Excellency, tourism can contribute directly or indirectly to all the multiple dimensions of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. To fully unlock the transformative power of tourism, therefore, we must embrace innovative strategies and address key challenges head-on. Permit me to share a few thoughts of sustainable tourism practices as we embark on this journey of harnessing tourism potential for economic growth and job creation. Our commitment to sustainability must be unwavering. This requires a mindset change. A green economy should be at the heart of our tourism strategy and development. green economy principles advocate for sustainable tourism practices that minimize negative environmental impacts whilst maximizing economic and social benefits. Green economy also emphasizes on the preservation and sustainable use of natural resources. Let us therefore embrace sustainable practices that preserve our natural and cultural assets for future generations. Your Excellency, green economy requires green skills development. Developing a skilled workforce with expertise in green practices is crucial for the successful implementation of sustainable tourism initiatives. Green skills development programs can focus on training our youth, artisans, tourism and hospitality establishments, academia, local communities in areas such as ecotourism guiding, carbon offsetting schemes, wildlife conservation, renewable energy technologies, sustainable agriculture, waste management, and sustainable hospitality practices. These will empower them with the knowledge and skills needed to participate in the green economy, fostering job creation and economic growth. Your Excellency, by adopting these sustainable tourism practices through energy-efficient technologies, promoting responsible waste, water, and energy management, nurturing eco-friendly accommodation and transportation, we can become a model for sustainable tourism. This will not only attract reliable repeat tourists and visitors, but also create jobs in the renewable energy sector, waste management, water management, transport management, and environmental conservation. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we must also diversify our tourism offerings beyond the traditional attractions. While our iconic attractions have their appeal, we equally have hidden gems and unique experiences waiting to be discovered across the country. It is for these reasons that we fully embrace the regional tourism development drive as witnessed in some of our regions. And Eastern region, Kwowu is a typical example. We have the Volta Fair, we have the Western region, the Carnival, and so on. These regional tourism drives can foster regional development by promoting the growth of secondary destinations beyond our major urban centers. The decentralization of these tourism activities thus stimulates economic growth in the rural, remote areas where resources and attractions are abundant but underutilized. By attracting tourists to these regions, new businesses will be established and employment opportunities will be created, reducing regional disparities. The diversification of our tourism offerings must also be aggressively pursued in the areas of arts and entertainment, sports tourism, medical tourism, religious tourism, gastronomy experiences, as in food tourism, meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions or events, which we popularly call MICE. The development of these diversified tourism and hospitality offerings can stimulate infrastructure development in the areas of transportation networks, roads, airports, utilities, and telecommunications to improve connectivity, accessibility, and then the overall tourism and visitor experience. These infrastructure projects will create jobs during construction and maintenance phases and contribute to the short and medium to long-term development of our economy. Additionally, diversified tourism offerings and infrastructure development can stimulate the growth of micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises. Local entrepreneurs can establish businesses such as hotels, guest houses, restaurants, spas, bars, souvenir shops, tour agencies, etc., to cater for the needs of tourists and visitors. These entrepreneurial activities will boost economic activity, encourage innovation, and create additional job opportunities within communities. Let us not forget the power of digital connectivity in today's interconnected world. Reliable and affordable internet access is vital for promoting our tourism and hospitality offerings. attracting domestic, regional, and international tourists, and facilitating seamless travel/visitor experiences. As we embark on this journey, we must prioritize the empowerment of our local communities. They are the true custodians of our cultural heritage, and their involvement is vital for tourism to become a force for inclusive growth. Let us provide them with the necessary training, skills development, and entrepreneurial support to participate in the tourism industry. By fostering community-based tourism enterprises, we can ensure that the benefits of tourism reach every corner of our country, creating employment opportunities, improving livelihoods, and reducing socio-economic disparities. Your Excellency, we cannot embark on this transformative journey alone. Collaboration and partnerships are critical. We must therefore continuously forge strong alliances with the private sector, consolidate engagement with international organizations and development agencies, and seek the expertise of tourism and hospitality professionals. For public-private partnerships can drive investment, knowledge exchange, and skill development initiatives that will shape the future of our tourism industry. In conclusion, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, this summit themed Rethinking Tourism for Economic Growth and Job Creation in our country is pivotal and momentous moment. Together, let us seize this opportunity to reimagine our tourism sector and unlock its full potential. We wish you all successful tourism summit outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ayison, for your address. Ago. I've adopted it, so now no more hellos from me. It's all about Ago. Next, solidarity message. The second one is from the country director for the World Bank. Let's welcome Mr. Pierre Laporte.
Your Excellency, Mr. President of the Republic of Ghana, Honorable Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance, Honorable Deputy Minister for Roads and Transport, Roads and Highways, Honorable Regional Minister, Honorable Ministers and Deputies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, heads of institutions, Nananom, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good morning to you. Your Excellency, it gives me great pleasure to be here today to represent the World Bank at this important conference. And I want to thank the government of Ghana, notably the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, for having us among you this morning. As we all know, the world economy has suffered immensely in recent times from a series of shocks, from the COVID pandemic to the war in Ukraine, through rising food and oil prices, notably, but other repercussions, like rising interest rates that have affected economies, especially highly indebted countries like Ghana. The bank nonetheless commends highly the bold initiatives of the government of Ghana in managing the current crisis. Your Excellency, the recently approved IMF-supported program for Ghana should pave the way for the country to restore macroeconomic sustainability going forward, including through additional support from other development partners like the World Bank, as well as a stronger macro and sectoral policies on the part of the government. It is during such difficult periods that require stronger collaboration between such member states and the bank, and we stand resolute in supporting Ghana in this period of recovery with the support of our institution, the IMF, as well as other development partners. Your Excellency, to support the macroeconomic consolidation efforts, a strong economic growth trajectory will be as critical to support efforts toward increasing revenue mobilization and job creation, among other things. Hence, support to growth sectors like tourism should remain a priority. In this regard, the World Bank commends the government of Ghana's efforts to make tourism a priority growth sector. Too often, we underestimate the impact of tourism on growth, on SME development, on livelihoods, and on job creation. More reason to commend the efforts of the government toward development of its tourism industry. Indeed, tourism receipts are among some of the most sustainable ways of growing the economy. The World Bank has been supporting Ghana's tourism development through a $40 million project, namely the Ghana Tourism Development Project. While this project took off slowly, Your Excellency, its implementation accelerated remarkably under the leadership of the ministry, the new leadership. And on this note, I would like to congratulate the Ghana Tourism Minister, Dr. Ibrahim Ewal, for his excellent leadership and that of his team, which has enabled the project to make significant progress. The bank stands ready to work with the government to further improve on its huge tourism potential, including developing capacity and physical infrastructure. On this note, Your Excellency, I would like to thank you once again and your government, and we wish the government and the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture a successful conference. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Mr. Laporte, for your solidarity message. We'll now take a performance from, I think, maybe the youngest people in this room. So kids in tourism have a poetry performance that they would like to delight us with. Let's welcome kids in tourism.
My name is Mami Enyakuopong, Kids in Tourism Ghana. I am Mother Ghana, formerly the Gold Coast, bordered to the east by Togo, west by Cote d'Ivoire, north by Burkina Faso, and south by the Atlantic Ocean. I am a democratic state and have 16 children. His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is my democratically elected president. I have been blessed with many natural resources, unique tourist sites, interesting cultural heritage, and friendly descendants. My children take pride in recounting our rich ancestral roots, whilst each of them has a fascinating story to tell of their momentous events. Don't miss any of my festivals, which are a big feature of my home. These flamboyant events are held across the country throughout the year. You can't resist the spectacle of my children in their finest colorful attire as they vibrantly parade to the rhythm of my drummers alongside my traditional rulers. Those moments are occasions you must experience. All living things need food to survive. A taste of any of my delicacies leaves you yearning for more. A visit to any of my natural reserves and wildlife will make you appreciate the beauty of nature. For picnics, social events or relaxations with families and friends, then try any of my natural reserves and then try any of my beaches or waterfalls. Our hotels, guest houses, and hostels will make you feel at home and miss the warmness of our people. Fortunately for me, my president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, introduced a unique initiative, which was the Year of Return, and now known as Beyond the Return into My Home. This initiative does not only promote tourism and homecoming of Africans and Ghanaians in the diaspora, but also foster economic relations and investments from the diaspora in Africa and Ghana. As a proud Ghanaian mother and African, I support the saying of my president, and I quote, "We will work to make sure that never again will we allow a handful of people with superior technology to walk into Africa, seize their people, and sell them into slavery." Thank you, Mr. President, for your words of encouragement to us. Let us all work together to make Ghana's tourism even better and make Ghana the best place to be. We believe in Ghana, so fellow Ghanaians, it's time to experience Ghana and share Ghana. Thank you.
Okay, nice. So the others were like bodyguards or something, right? Yeah, I like it. Representing Ghana, big time. Please, can you come by? All of you come by and just say hello to the president. Come. Yes. Yeah, come around. It's a moment for the ages. Come and say hello to the president. To your left. There you go. Yep. That's it. Thank you so much. Kids in tourism. Quick acknowledgements. So we have Oketiche and Nana and Nim, the first president of Royal Chiefs Association, and Sana Heni of Ati, a mom from New Tafo Achim, who's here with us, and Nana Krobia, Asante advisor, and Adonting Heni of Impresu, Nana Yamamu Akwaba. We'll take a spot of music from the quartet from the National Symphony Orchestra, and then we'll welcome the next speaker. We will now hear from the Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Dr. Ibrahim Mohammed Awal.
Thank you. Mr. President, Eastern Regional Minister, Western Regional Minister, Minister of State, Deputy Finance Minister, Deputy Tourism Minister, Boss of AMA, Presidential Advisor on Media, Ministers of State, distinguished invited guests, World Bank Country Director, members of the Diplomatic Corps, revered chiefs, colleagues from Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, friends from the media, senior staff from the presidency, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank you so much for coming here to support us today's summit. Mr. President, your investment in the tourism, arts and culture sector is yielding very positive results. Very, very positive results. The first quarter of this year, tourism numbers grew 47% from 170,000 last year this time to 247,000 arrivals. If each tourist spends $3,000, you can imagine how much it is. Mr. President, our Destination Ghana project is on course. And I want to assure all the stakeholders that we are not resting. We want you to give us your support, partner us, and make Ghana the choice for tourists. Mr. President, Ghana is now the most attractive tourist destination in West Africa. Just 2 years ago, it was Gambia and Senegal. Today, we are number one. It was projected that this achievement will be done in 2026. Under leadership today, Ghana is the most sought-after place to come as a tourist. We'll continue to do our best. And once again, I want to thank our private sector partners for all the support. Thank you, Mr. President, for your support. On this note, I have the singular honor and pleasure to invite that very young man on this desk.
Ago. Eastern Regional Minister, the Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, the Western Regional Minister, a Member of Parliament for Takoradi, Minister of State at the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, and Member of Parliament for Kwapim South, Deputy Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, the Deputy Minister for Finance and Member of Parliament for Edriso, Media Advisor to the President, Municipal Chief Executive for Kwapim South Municipal Assembly, Country Director of the World Bank, the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Tourism Authority, Director for Africa of the United Nations World Tourism Organization, President of the Ghana Tourism Federation and operators of the tourism and culture sectors, Abrine Adontehin of the Kwapim traditional area, Tubo Jankwesi II, and the other traditional rulers, members of the diplomatic corps, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to welcome all of you, stakeholders in the tourism industry, to Peduase for this summit on tourism. I was going to say to my old home, because when my father was president, our family lived here during the era of the Second Republic. Kutua Champon's coup of 13th January 1972 brought his stay to an end. I was then working as a lawyer in Paris and had come home to Peduase to be with the family for the Christmas holidays. I saw at the time from the inside how it was to be at the receiving end of an African coup. It is something I will not wish on anyone. for its effects on all aspects of one's life, and indeed on all aspects of national life, are dire. No one will want to visit anyone whose house is on fire. That is why stability under democratic conditions is so vital to the future of our country, of our region, and our continent. This occasion is not merely a meeting of minds. It is also a testament to our collective commitment to harness the power of tourism, arts, and culture for the sustainable development and progress of Ghana. Nananom, ladies and gentlemen, tourism has always been a cornerstone of our nation's heritage, and today it stands as a vital pillar of our economy. From our lush rainforests to our vibrant markets, from the historic castles to the serene beaches and our various cultural festivals, Ghana holds a wealth of natural beauty, cultural diversity, and historical significance that draw the world's attention. Since I launched the Year of Return in 2019, we have witnessed the transformative power of tourism, not only in the growth of our economy, but also in fostering cross-cultural understanding and enhancing social cohesion. Tourism has the remarkable ability to bridge divides and cultivate mutual respect, building bridges of friendship for all. As we gather here today, let us acknowledge the challenges we face in this sector. It is our duty to ensure that tourism is developed in a sustainable, responsible, and inclusive manner. We must protect our pristine natural habitats, conserve our rich cultural heritage, and empower local communities to participate fully in the benefits of the sector. To achieve these objectives, I've decided, on the advice of the Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Ibrahim Mohammed Awal, to convene this summit at the presidential level of all stakeholders in the tourism industry to help chart an agreed path forward for the development of the tourist industry. The stakeholders who are gathered here are members of the Ghana Tourism Federation, hoteliers, tour operators, public and private operators in the creative industry, restaurant and chop bar owners, chiefs and traditional authorities, and international partners. For the purposes of this summit, I propose that we focus on a fourfold approach: preservation, promotion, policy leadership, and partnership. Firstly, preservation. We must preserve what we have. Please excuse me. We're the guardians of Ghana's natural wonders, and it is our responsibility to safeguard them for future generations. Let us strengthen our commitment to environmental conservation, combat climate change, and promote eco-friendly practices in the tourism industry. In so doing, we will not only preserve our natural heritage, but also attract eco-conscious travelers who seek destinations that align with their values and who are growing in substantial numbers across the world. Secondly, promotion. We must amplify Ghana's unique appeal on the global stage. Through strategic marketing campaigns, enhanced digital presence, and targeted investment in infrastructure, we can showcase the diverse attractions our nation has to offer. The Akufo-Addo government, through the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, and its implementing agency, the Ghana Tourism Authority, is working closely with the private sector, local communities, and international partners to create immersive experiences that allow visitors to connect with our rich history, vibrant cultures, and warm hospitality. Thirdly, policy leadership. The public sector must show policy leadership in creating the right climate and platform for investments to grow. It is for this reason that government is prioritizing the e-visa regime, the Homeland Return Act, and the visa on arrival processes. In the last few years, we have enacted legislation on tourism sites and attractions through the Ghana Tourism Authority, and will enact further legislation and make regulations that will help develop other aspects of our tourist and cultural sectors. Fourthly, partnership. The tourism sector requires partnerships and a collaborative approach involving all stakeholders. I call on all of us to unite our efforts, share knowledge, and pool resources. Let us create a comprehensive framework that facilitates dialogue, cooperation, and innovation. Together we can develop sustainable tourism models, empower domestic entrepreneurs, and ensure that the benefits of tourism reach every corner of our beloved country. Nananum, ladies and gentlemen, the data shows that the tourism sector is growing once again, following the lull caused by COVID-19. International arrivals saw an 81% growth in 2022 against the 2021 figures, while domestic tourism also grew from 600,000 in 2021 to almost 1 million in 2022. Underpinning these numbers are people who are employed, farmers providing food, caterers and chiefs, tour operators, drivers, handicraft producers, musicians, and artists, amongst others. We are building a thriving tourism economy with many tourism sites currently undergoing improvements. We're determined to build a tourism economy where hospitality, arts, and culture are used as tools to spur economic development. It is estimated that by 2030, 3 in every 10 jobs will be created by the tourism sector. We are thus placing tourism at the forefront of national development. I'm tasking the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, under its brilliant entrepreneurial leader, the Minister Ibrahim Mohammed Awal, and the Ghana Tourism Authority, under its highly respected Chief Executive Akwesi Agyeman, to ramp up their promotional activities to achieve the target of 2 million international arrivals by 2025. This will result in corresponding earnings of some $4 billion United States dollars to the national economy, in addition to the hundreds of thousands of jobs to be created along the tourism value chain. I'm confident that we can achieve this object. I commend highly the partnership between the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture and the country's international partners, especially the World Bank, leading to the revamping of a number of public and private tourist sites. The country director should see to the expansion of the support of the financial envelope, a development we will warmly appreciate as we do the current assistance. As we embark on this journey, let us not forget the importance of inclusivity. Tourism must be accessible and beneficial to all Ghanaians, regardless of their socioeconomic background or geographical location. We will invest in training and capacity building programs to empower our youth, our women, and marginalized communities to participate actively in the tourism value chain. By doing so, we'll foster a sense of ownership and pride amongst our people, creating a sustainable tourism industry that is deeply rooted in our culture. Fellow Ghanaians, Ghana stands at a critical juncture, poised to unlock the true potential of its tourism sector. Let us seize this moment and embark on a collective endeavor to make Ghana a world-class tourist destination, a place where nature and culture intertwine, where dreams are realized, and where the can-do spirit of the Ghanaian will flourish. Peace and unity are important ingredients for achieving sustainable development and prosperity. We must guard against actions that have the tendency to derail our peaceful coexistence. Ghana is hailed as one of the most peaceful nations in the world, a reputation that must be preserved at all costs. Together, we can create a legacy that future generations will celebrate. Let us embrace the transformative power of tourism and build a brighter, more prosperous future for Ghana. May God bless us all in our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention. And I hereby declare this presidential summit duly open.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Kindly stay with us on the stage as we do the official photographs. I'd like to invite the Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture and the Deputy of MOTAC, the GTA Board Chair and the CEO of GTA to join Mr. President for the official photos. Minister, Deputy, GTA Board Chair, and GTA CEO. And they are going to be our constants as after this photo, I know they're smiling, we'll bring on all ministers and deputy ministers present to join the constant party up on the days. So, ceteris paribus, all things being equal. As well as the media advisor for the president, please join the ministers and deputy ministers. Is it done? No, I'll call you. I'll call you. I have a list. All right, thank you very much, ministers and deputy ministers and media advisor. We're going to bring on the speakers who gave the solidarity messages with the president and the constants with us. Dr. Ayesen, Mr. Laporte, please join us. Stand by private sector, stand by public sector, stand by chiefs and queen mothers. We'll bring you on. Stand by organizing committee. So these are the speakers, Dr. Ayesen and Mr. Laporte to join. Can we have the private sector representatives please come up on the stage? I mentioned you in the acknowledgements. Please come and join the president and the party quickly. Yes. Got off all the private sector partners in the tourism sector. Please come up quickly. Mr. Laporte and Dr. Ayesen, thank you very much. You may resume your seats. Can we have the stakeholders? CEOs of yes. Private sector. Public sector, stand by. So public sector stand by. Agencies under the Ministry of MOTAC, of Tourism, Arts and Culture, please stand by. And Tourism Authority, all of you stand by. Boards of Directors, stand by after public sector. All right, thank you very much, public sector. You're done. Please descend, public sector, and ascend, public sector. Public sector. I should wait. All right, I'm waiting. Thank you very much, private sector. Now, public sector, agencies under the ministry, Ghana Tourism Authority, boards of directors, GTA, ministries, all of you, please come up. Yes. To be followed by our chiefs and queen mothers, our panelists, and then the organizing committee. Those are after this section, we're having 3 more photos. Chiefs and queen mothers, please make your way up on the stage to join the president and his team right after the public sector. Thank you. So public sector, GTA, GTDC, all of you. Memorable photo. Day 1 of the Presidential Summit on Tourism, Rethinking Tourism for Economic Growth and Job Creation. Thank you very much, public sector. Yeah, no, don't worry, don't panic. Don't panic. Yeah. Last call for public sector. Last call. This flight is taking off. Thank you. All right, public sector. This is it. Thank you. Are they smiling? They are smiling. Public sector, thank you so much. Diaspora and fraternity, please step forward. You are almost done. Diallo Sombre, Rabbi Cohen, Dr. Erica Bennett, please join the president and the party quickly. The diaspora fraternity, panelists, and then organizing committee will be the last set of photos. Let's make it quick for the president and his team. The diaspora fraternity are coming up on the stage. Rabbi Cohen, Diallo Sombre, Dr. Erica Bennett, up on the stage with the president, the ministers, and the CEO and the board chair. Thank you. Annabelle McKenzie? Annabelle McKenzie, please come up. Chiefs, get ready. You are next. Our chiefs and queen mothers, please, you are next for this historic photo. Diaspora is smiling and happy, willing and able. Thank you, diaspora. Now we have the chiefs and queen mothers. Chiefs and queen mothers, please. An explosion of color. Really beautiful. Chiefs and queen mothers to join the president and the ministers and the CEOs. Panelists, stand by. After the chiefs, the panelists are on. Panelists for the 3 sessions happening today. After the chiefs, panelists, please stand by. These are the chiefs. Chiefs and queen mothers. Royalty on the stage. A riot of color. Beautiful. Panelists, where are you? Stand by. Panelists and moderators, stand by. You're next. You are the penultimate list of people. Group of people. And then after which, the organizing committee, please stand by as well. Organizing committee, stand by. All right, chiefs. Thank you. Akbenami. Damwase. Iradon. Panelists and moderators, please join the president and the team quickly. Panelists and moderators. Mr. Quay, come up. Thank you. Panelists and moderators. Followed by the organizing committee. Organizing committee, I need to see you ready, willing, and able to go. You are the last. This is the last by one set of photos. Organizing committee is the last. So panelists and moderators coming on right now. We have a very exciting presentation on using tourism to jumpstart the economy, and the presenter can't wait to deliver it to you. So these are the panelists and moderators. Where are the organizing committee members? You are the last ones. I see Mr. Avler. Mr. Avler, make good use of your long legs, please. You forgo. You are on, man. Bernard, yes, use those long legs. You don't take do long job, but you go fit do this one. All right, there you go. Let me stand by him. Organizing committee, you are the last. Organizing committee, please join the president and the ministers and the board chair and the CEO. Organizing committee, all in black, Well done. You've done a great job. Historic summit, first of its kind. Organizing committee, you are the last people to take the photos. Thank you. Organizing committee, well done. Ayiko, Ayiko, Ayiko. Awesome. Thank you. Please give us a nice Peduasi smile. Peduasi smile. Special one. Thank you. We are grateful, Mr. President. Thank you for your time. Thank you, all of you, for taking the photos. I wonder whether they do photo albums these days, or they're all virtual now. Thank you so much. The orchestra gave us some really wonderful music there, and I really enjoyed it. It made everything move very smoothly. Now, for that very special guest presentation I was talking to you about, it's on using tourism to jumpstart the economy. Our presenter is a Deputy Minister for Finance and MP for Ejisu, I believe. He is Dr. John Ampontua Kuma. Let's welcome him onto the stage as he shares some insights on how we can use tourism to jumpstart the economy.
Your Excellency, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic, Honorable Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, and my godfather, Dr. Ibrahim Awal Mohammed, Honorable Ministers of State, Honorable Members of Parliament, Captains of Industry, Development Partners present, Country Director of the World Bank, representatives of ministries, departments, and agencies, Nananom, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good morning. I bring to you warm and kind regards of the Ministry of Finance. On behalf of my minister, Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta, I welcome everyone to the Presidential Summit on Tourism. And for people joining us online or following on social media, I'm glad that you are able to do so. The Ministry of Finance is at today's summit because tourism is a critical part of government's effort at tackling government's development challenges, especially economic vulnerability and inequality. All our resources, knowledge, human capital, and network are devoted to ensuring our economy recovers and is transformed eventually. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, following extensive consultations and experience, we know what we must do to achieve these goals. This strategy can be summarized in 3 words, in addition to the 4 His Excellency has given us today. Grow, invest, and ensure. We must promote inclusive economic growth, invest in people's health and education, and ensure against shocks using targeted social safety nets and acting against threats like climate change and pandemics. The evidence shows that tourism is a powerful way to advance along these 3 fronts. To the Ghana Tourism Authority and the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, we say well done for your foresight and commitment towards innovations in the tourism development in recent years by bringing together ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as the private sector leadership, academic, and representative of our development partners. Today's summit provides us the opportunity to share knowledge and identify ways to effectively collaborate on this important agenda. A traveling and touring world economy. The evidence of vital role of tourism for economic development is clear. Tourism is an important economic engine in many countries, including Kenya, Maldives, and Seychelles. In 2022, The sector's direct and indirect and induced output accounted for about 8% of global GDP, according to the World Economic Forum. Tourism is a tremendous and growing source of revenue for businesses and governments. In 2022, tourists spent about $660 billion in emerging and developing countries, about 3 times the amount of official development assistance, which is $204 billion that same year. An estimated 235 million tourists have traveled internationally in the first 3 months of 2023, more than double the same period of 2022. Tourism also can promote economic growth, and that is more inclusive. It's a strong source of demand for small and medium-sized enterprises and has impacted multiple areas of economic activity. According to the World Travel and Tourism Council, every dollar spent on travel and tour generates over $3 in economic output. The sector is also a powerful job creator, providing livelihoods and pathways out of poverty for millions across gender, ages, and skill levels. Globally, 10% of jobs are linked to travel and tourism. Data shows that tourism employs almost twice as many women as other sectors and has large share of youth employment and is a major source of jobs for minorities, migrants, informal workers, and low-skilled workers. Promoting tourism encourages investment in people that boost shared prosperity. It also fosters social mobility that can have an intergenerational impact. As a direct result, investing in tourism and not only mitigates the recent impact of the pandemic, but also improves socio-economic progress and economic resilience. Therefore, the GTA and the Mother Ministry are certainly right in pushing the first order priority of the sector, tourism and economy in Ghana. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, tourism was an increasingly important sector in our economy. Foreign visitors to Ghana reached 1.13 million in 2019, rising from about 668,000 in 2009. The industry employed about 650,000 Ghanaians and contributed $3.7 billion to the economy. Total revenue received from tourists increased from $2.6 billion in 2018 to $3.3 billion in 2019. In terms of the cascading impact of the sector on the wider economy, average tourist expenditure is almost doubled from $1,805 in 2016 to about $2,931 in 2019. Then came the COVID-19 pandemic. The closure of businesses and borders pushed the hotel occupancy rates in the country from above 70% to below 30% nationally. Some 275,000 jobs were estimated to have been lost in the sector due to COVID-19. The contribution of the sector to GDP dropped from about 47% from 2019 levels to reach $1.9 billion in 2020. The impact of the sharp slap in tourism and other critical sectors brought an average economic growth rate of 7% for the 3 preceding years to a screeching halt, recording a growth rate of 0.5% in 2020. I must say that this growth performance, which was largely due to the investment prior to COVID-19 and government's swift and decisive response to the pandemic, was the envy of many developing countries as the wider global economy experienced economic contraction into the negatives. Since then, significant external headwinds, including the impact of the raging war in Eastern Europe, tightening financial conditions, and other domestic vulnerabilities, have conspired to trigger macroeconomic instability with adverse impact for households, businesses, as well as public finances. The speed of our economic growth has drastically reduced, and imperiled prospects has left us with a revised growth target of about 2.8% for 2023. So as the theme of this August occasion suggests, we need to quickly jumpstart and overhaul the engine of the economy to deliver respite to our people and continue the journey towards eventual economic transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, as a ministry, our energies have solely been on doing just that, building back better towards a resilient economy. We have remained relentless partners for the tourism sector, knowing fully well that it can do in its path towards economic transformation. The immediate outturns from the initial intervention suggest we are on our way back to great bounce back. International tourist arrivals have reached 919,000 in 2022, rising from the 355,000 in 2020. Average tourist expenditure has increased from $1,000 to $2,743 in 2022, drawing closer to the pre-pandemic levels of $3,300 in 2029. Recognizing the key impact of tourism on the economy, government prioritized the sector to receive catalytic support under the Ghana Cares program to help jumpstart the national economy. We have done this in the understanding that the reactivation of the tourism industry cannot have a short-term focus. As a result, government is investing in destination management, infrastructure development, and marketing capabilities to enable us to rebuild industry's foundations, attract a discerning global audience, and propel economic growth. This is in addition to the measures rolled out to support the tourism sector at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the context of the enormous potential of African Continental Free Trade Area, our efforts have been aimed at not only making Ghana the gateway to Africa, but also the destination of choice for international travelers all year round. Thankfully, our collective and sustained efforts since the pandemic in the tourism sector is beginning to show. It is refreshing to note that Ghana's ranking has improved from the 115 in 2019 to 110 in 2021, according to the World Economic Forum's Travel and Tourism Development Index reports. However, a lot remains to be done. That is why the Ministry of Finance continues to be a strategic partner in the ongoing efforts to aggressively promote tourism brand through the Beyond the Return December in Ghana events to make Ghana a top tourist destination. We also intend to become partners in the redevelopment plan of key tourist sites by the Ministry of Tourism, including the Ebri Gardens, the Yasantua Mausoleum, and the museums at Ejiso, Pikuro slave camps, among many others. The implementation of the tourism sector operator skills revitalization program, which has so far trained and certified about 3,192 tourism actors nationwide, and the digitalization service delivery in the sector by supporting the operationalization of the National Tourism Destination Single Window Platform, the app called Visit Ghana app. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that several key dimensions go into improving our global rankings and making us the destination of choice for tourism. We are thus working assiduously to restore the business environment, which was severely destabilized by the recent uncertainties. Fortunately, the proverbial light at the end of this dark tunnel is beginning to shine. According to the April 2023 World Economic Outlook report of the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, global economy is showing signs of rebounding from the convergence of shocks from the war in Ukraine and the pandemic. It further indicates that developed markets are now opening up following the unwinding of supply chain disruptions and the effects of the massive and synchronous tightening of monetary policies by central banks across the world. The effects of these positive steps, amidst swift and decisive actions of government, including the domestic debt exchange program, the fiscal and monetary policy stance, have supported our economy and is now showing signs of sustained recovery. This month, May 2023, Bloomberg reported that the CD has been the best performing currency against the dollar in the world for the last 6 months. This is a complete reversal of fortunes for our currency, judging from the headlines in the third and fourth quarter of 2022. There has also been 3 consecutive monthly declines in inflation, currently reaching about 41.2% in April 2023, down from 54.1% in December 2022. The rigorous implementation of business sector reforms outlined in the just-ended IMF program, which is expected to unlock about $1.2 billion by December 2023, will improve the business conditions for enterprises and households and promote tourism. We are also entrenching the future of the economy and the tourism sector by supporting significant fiscal and digital infrastructure development. The improvements in road condition, the construction of several interchanges across the country are expected to ease travel and open tourist destinations. The opening up of the Kumasi, Ho, Tamale, and Sunyani airports will advance both domestic and international travel and touring and promote ecotourism in our country. We are investing significantly in safety and security, which will also increase our competitiveness for attracting tourists into Ghana. The increased visibility of the Ghana Police Service, heightened personnel presence at the border regions, and the installation of closed-circuit televisions in public places nationwide are examples of interventions that the tourism sector stands tremendously to benefit from. Government is determined to retain Ghana's ranking as the first country on the West African Digital Competitiveness Index to support service delivery and improve our regional competitiveness. This is seen as part of the effort to digitize key services and support the fintech sector to promote financial transactions and reduce risk for travelers. I commend initiatives towards making ecotourism industry more competitive. Not only will it provide revenues and income for local economies, it will help in preserving the environment. The collaboration with other state institutions to provide access to digital and electronic technology, that is solar and Wi-Fi, in remote areas where most ecotourism takes place are laudable, as it remains a pull factor. A future of sustained dynamism. Ladies and gentlemen, improved macroeconomic stability for business environment is good for tourism. Enhanced safety and security is good for tourism. Infrastructure development is good for tourism. Targeted capacity building and robust regulations are good for tourism. Taken together, these are expected to complement structural changes in the tourism sector. These interventions are conditioned by the view that Ghana possesses a wealth of tourism potential encompassing diverse ecosystems, historical landmarks, cultural treasures that have long captivated the hearts of visitors. By strategically harnessing these, we are reinvigorating and fostering sustainable recovery for economic dynamism. Ladies and gentlemen, towards this future of dynamism, I propose 4 issues for consideration. 1, we must invest in data and science. I indicate that the Ministry of Finance is in strategic partnership with the tourism sector, largely because there is data and science to inform our choices. I encourage the GTA and the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture to continue to invest in data collection and management tools that will provide precise information and evidence of impact of the support. 2, grow networks and engagements. We must also accept that continuous use of social and traditional media channels, as well as constant engagements with stakeholders, will provide necessary feedback and shape programs in the years ahead. 3, we must ensure against services. Perception and first experience are critical in the sector. Oftentimes, feedback and the comparative experience with our tour guides, hotel receptionists, airport staff, and taxi drivers leave much to be desired. We must deliberately address this by reorienting the frontline practitioners and contacts in the industry to reposition the Ghanaian tourism sector. 4th and finally, alongside ensure against external shocks. Alongside this, we must also actively promote domestic tourism. Whilst this provides stronger insurance against external threats, it deepens national cohesion as well as builds local economies. To know that about 937,000 Ghanaians were able to visit various tourist sites in last year, 2022, in the challenging year of 2022, far above the pre-pandemic levels of 670,000 in 2019, must embolden us to keep an equal focus on domestic tourism. In conclusion, Your Excellency, we have a unique opportunity to rebuild and transform the tourism sector. By strategically capitalizing on our unique tourist attractions, supporting communities and industries, and embracing sustainable practices, we can pave the way for an inclusive, resilient, and thriving tourism industry that drives economic growth, safeguards our natural heritage, and uplifts our people. Let us forge ahead with determination, united in our commitment to realizing the true potential of tourism in Ghana. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Thank you very much. Beautiful music from the National Symphony. And thanks to our special guest presenter, Dr. John Kuma, for that very thought-provoking presentation on how to use tourism to jumpstart the economy. So for the next 40 minutes, I leave you in the hands of a brilliant broadcaster. In the mornings, his radio show can run from music from Manifest to Money Matters. And then in the evenings, he asks pointed questions to his guests and makes sure that they deliver the answers to him. He's a masterful moderator, and you will see the evidence in the next 40 minutes. Let's bring on the host of the City Breakfast Show and host of Point of View on City TV, Mr. Bernard Avle.
Yeah, right. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Kafui, Your Excellency, the President, the Minister for Tourism, other ministers here present. It is really a joy to be here. My task is to introduce the panel, and then we will attempt to break down this very important topic that Minister John Kuma has set the scene for. So I want to respectfully welcome upstage Mr. Kwesi Agyeman, who is the CEO of the Ghana Tourism Authority. Please put your hands together for Mr. Kwesi Agyeman. Thank you, sir. Also want to invite Mrs. Alisa Osei Asamoah. She is the CEO of Reali Consult and also president of the Tour Operators Union of Ghana. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you, madam, for joining us. We're also very privileged to have Mr. Maxwell Edusei, who is the founder and CEO of the African Loom, an event management and tourism organization based in the US. Mr. Edusei, thank you so much for joining us. Please put your hands together for them. As they make their way, I will just sit across from here and tell you a few more things about the panel members. So Mrs. Osei Asamoah has grown into an accomplished travel and tourism consultant. She's done this for over 2 decades. She is currently the president of the Tour Operators Union of Ghana. So when inbound tourists come to Ghana, she makes sure they have a good experience. So thank you, madam, for joining us. Put your hands together for her one more time. Coming next to the gentleman sat next to me, he's the CEO of African Loom. This event of management tourism organization has been in the business since 1994. He's brought over 15,000 tourists to Africa, predominantly from the US. He does religious, educational, history, and cultural tourism. And he knows a thing or two about what it takes to bring people to Ghana. Let's put our hands together one more time for Mr. Edusei. Thank you, sir. As for Mr. Kwesi Agyeman, he is the glue for us in the media. He used to be a media practitioner before he moved to this industry, and he's been very strident in driving this very important sector. Kwesi Agyeman, thank you so much for bringing us here together. So what I would want to do is to benefit from my senior John Kuma's very eloquent presentation. And he left us with 4 very important suggestions in terms of drivers. And Mr. Kuma, in his original presentation, made reference to the tourism numbers. We have a slide we will show you, which proves without any reasonable doubt that this sector has promise. In September 2022, almost every economic indicator was pointing southwards, whether it was port traffic, economic growth, cement sales, everything was pointing downwards. The only indicator that kept going up was visits into Ghana. That kept going up, even up to January 2023. Visits to Ghana have kept going up. So there's obviously something about Ghana that attracts people, which is the basis for which we are here. So, Mr. John Kuma, I brought evidence to prove that what you said was true. And I want to use that to ask Mr. Kwesi Agyeman, what accounts for this very positive upward trajectory? Because in a difficult time for Ghana, negotiating IMF deal, having the currency depreciate, even in 2022 September, more and more people kept coming to the country. What is that about? If you can give us some insights, Mr. Agyeman.
All right, thank you very much, Bernard. I believe we've been very deliberate on our marketing efforts. I mean, like we all know, since 2019, I think since 2017, when we launched the See Ghana, Eat Ghana, Wear Ghana, and Feel Ghana campaign to promote domestic tourism, we've been at it, making sure that the marketing of our destination, both internally and externally, is pushed to the level that will attract. And to do that, we needed to have some serious collaboration with our private sector. So they are all on board. The tour operators are on board, the hoteliers are on board. If you see growth in, for example, domestic tourism numbers, that has moved from around 600,000 to 930 or so thousand. It's because the private sector have been very supportive, offering discounts on their hotels. The tour operators have been very supportive, organizing tours across the length and breadth of the country. The media have been very supportive. I know if I left out the City Heritage Caravan, you won't let me sleep. So things like that have all come together. So collaboration has been very, very strong. And also the connectivity. We've moved a lot of things online, digital. We've adopted technology. So in terms of our Visit Ghana app, in terms of promotion on social media, that has been also very, very good. And lastly, we've also invested strongly, thanks to Ghana Cares and our ministry, the Ghana Tourism Development Project. Training of the industry has been ongoing. So you've seen, we are not there yet, but you can attest to the fact that there's been some change in terms of service delivery. So all these things are coming together. Thank you.
So 3 words keep coming up throughout all the presentations: grow, invest, ensure. Minister made reference to that. President alluded to that. I've heard you also say that the strategic focus for the sector is promoting investment, capacity building, and marketing. Why is investment so critical to this sector?
You know, public service, we are enablers. The private sector does the leg of the business, that's all, like the sales part. And so when you look at the number of hotels that we have, currently about 5,700 or so licensed hotels and accommodation facilities. They are all belonging to private sector. So if they don't invest, if you make the noise, I mean, we do all the things that we will do, tell people to come to Ghana, beyond the return, year of return. They come in, they need hotels. They come in, they need restaurants to eat. And so the private sector has become a critical part to the work that we do, and that's why collaboration is key, and that's why we're urging them to invest. At the same time, through the ministry and other agencies, and the Ministry of Roads, we're looking at infrastructure investment. So for example, a few years ago, one of the topics that you will hear the private sector talk about is the road to Kakum. That has been fixed. Several other roads have been fixed thanks to the Ministry of Roads. So we need that infrastructural gap to be bridged. And then finally, the connectivity in terms of our e-visa. I think the president mentioned it. The visa on arrivals in 2019, president said everybody can come to Ghana on a visa on arrival. And the data shows that we moved from just around 900,000 to 1.1. And so e-visa, visa on arrival is critical. And those are the infrastructural things that we need to add to the marketing effort that we are making.
Thank you very much, Akwesi. Let me come to Mr. Edu. What are your general thoughts on the idea of using tourism to jumpstart the economy?
Well,
Mike.
Well, in most countries like the islands, their main economy is based on tourism. And tourism penetrates through the whole economy to the last person. Everybody, from even the shoe shiner to carvers, restaurants, everybody benefits when somebody comes in. It's like someone working in the US, making money, and coming to Ghana and dump it here. So it's very important for us to actually go after these monies. These monies are there. We have to go for it because they have a choice to go to any part of the world. Why Ghana? And that's where we come in and tell people Ghana is great to visit.
Wonderful.
Come to Ghana, you have your money's worth.
US is considered one of Ghana's most important source countries for tourism. You've been doing this since 1994. If this is true, what is it that the Americans like about Ghana? And how can we improve that so they keep coming and spending more here?
Okay. Most of the people, if you look at the numbers, they are mostly African Americans.
Okay.
So majority of them come because of history.
History.
The history and culture.
All right.
Okay. The other people, for Ghana, we don't have what most of the Caucasians want. they go for the safari,
Okay.
pristine beaches, and sometimes primitive Africa, which we don't have.
They are looking for primitive Africa, which we
Yes.
don't have. Okay.
Yeah, we don't have all those. They talk about when what they see on TV.
All right.
Emaciated kids with bloated stomachs, with all the
Lions
flies
and people on trees
making
and stuff.
money Of that.
Okay.
Which we don't have.
All right.
So I always make that clear.
All
You're
right.
not going to find it here in Ghana.
Okay.
So, but what most of the part where it's really tough for some of them to come, especially the older generation, is the visas and yellow fever.
Before we come to that,
Okay.
I just wanted to ask you, how big was the year of return before COVID came, 2019, in terms of within the diasporan community, in the African American community, when they heard of the year of return and some of the events we're organizing? Just give us a sense of how powerful that was in driving numbers to Ghana.
Yeah, it was very powerful because it was also celebrated in the United States.
Wonderful.
So the word was out there, and most of us launched on that to bring the people in, to come and see it for themselves and not just hear it on TV. So majority of them, we organized different parties to talk about what is available in Ghana and the slave dungeons and also the slave river, which we really tied all together to bring the history together for them in terms of the Ghana, the United States history,
You're looking
what
for
is
the
it?
term.
The history. Let's see. It's a museum,
Okay.
the African American Museum. I'm
Wonderful.
sorry.
African American
That's what I
Museum.
was looking for. The African American Museum. So we went there and had conferences to actually attract people to come.
Yeah.
And also the media got involved, and we went on different radio stations and talked about
Wonderful.
Ghana. So that really pumped up a lot of people to come with us. So during that year, we got over 1,000 people who launched on to come
And
with
came.
us. And we also tried to organize different events. The first one was natural hair show, because we believed through the with the shea butter being very prominent here in Ghana, we use that to attract people, because most of them know about shea butter, but they haven't actually seen it in their
So you
natural
tie
state.
the historical visit to economic activities to
Yes.
give them a reason to stay and to spend. Wonderful.
Yes.
I just wanted to bring in Mrs. Osea Samoa. So you are the person who brings them in, but you are the one, Mrs. Samoa, who then moves them round. So you are like the last mile. So you would go with them to Kakum, or you would go with them to Mole, or you'd go with them to Cape Coast Castle. What's been your experience in the past few years in terms of bringing tourists in and making sure they spend here? What are your general thoughts on that?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bernard. Yeah, before I come to your question, I would like to put on record that tourism can be leveraged to drive economic transformation. You know, tourism, as we normally say, it's a low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
When a tour operator gets business, we segregate. We are in the center, hotel comes in, tour guide comes in, restaurant comes in. So monies paid are paid directly to the people. And the decentralization nature also helps. So you visit a place, you leave money to the community. Now, back to your question. After COVID, you know, when COVID came, our business were badly hit, of course, and we realized that we have to do something in terms of domestic tourism. We have to promote it. Initially, we were looking at the inbound, and some of us were also doing outbound. So we have associates outside there who brings the tourists to us. You know, American market is one of our major markets. So for them to experience Ghana, the historical and the culture is key to the American markets, unlike European markets. So we make sure we are professional people. We make sure that the tours that we organize from them are to be a memorable tour, of course. When they go, that is where referral will come in. They will go and come back. If they came with 10 people, it is our objective that when they go back, they will come back with 50 people. So that is the norm. We make sure that every site that they go, we are monitoring it. Even though we are tour operators, we use other stakeholders. If the hotels are not their choice of hotel, we are giving them the hotel. We make sure we give them good hotels. That's when they go back, they will testify.
Wonderful.
So the tours that we organize a professional tour because they are dealing with professional people.
What can we do to make people not only come but to spend more? Mr. Kuma told us that about 2.9 billion has been spent compared to some 900,000. So clearly, we don't just want them to come. We want them to spend money here so that we will have more dollars to stabilize the city, if I'm correct. So what can we do, not just to bring them, but to make them buy things, build things, so that they go with their pockets empty?
Oh, yes. Initially, before then, when we draw a package, we make sure we take them to art and crafts shops. But even now at the sites, when you go to Kakom, they have art and craft shop at the site. So they will always buy things there. And other tour sites places, there are things to be bought. So they definitely spend time. If they are not even able to buy things, we have a day. We come up with a day at leisure that we take them to art and craft shop or other places, even markets, to buy things.
Akwesi, I have an accusation. The first time I went to the US in Washington, there were more museums than human beings. And every museum you'd buy something. I didn't have a lot of dollars, but everything got finished. We travel around Ghana to tourist sites, and there's nothing, there's no, like you go to the crocodile pond, it's just a pond. There's no depiction of anything. The artifacts don't look high quality. So it's just seeing the place. I believe this is one of the key challenges. How can we add value to our tourist sites so that we can actually retain the forex?
All right, thank you, Bernard. It's a good observation, but we are on it. I mean, in 2019, we worked with Parliament to pass the LI 2393. One of the things we observed was that there was no regulation for these tourist sites and attractions. So it's not just the lack of artifacts, even sometimes washrooms, sometimes other health facilities like in infirmary. I mean, we know what happened to us in Kintampo, where if we had all these things in place, probably the casualty rate would have been low. So with the passage of the LI 2393, it gave us that regulatory strength to move into these sites and say, these are the things that you have to do. In addition to that, we started signing MOUs. So this community partnership model that we have started. Currently, we have about 13 or so MOUs with Zulezu, with the Achimebuaka Traditional Council. We've done work at Bunsu. If you go to Tafi Atume, we've signed with the community. We've done work at that site. Pikoro was mentioned. We have about 13 of these MOUs. Juso, currently a Boinri Kente Museum is being done. And these new facilities and additions will have all the entire 9 years that you look for. Proper washrooms, infirmaries, gift shops, and all the infrastructure that you need. So it's work in progress, and that is why the collaboration, like I always say, is important. Because the communities have taken it on board. The chiefs, especially in most of these communities, here in Eburi, thanks to the Mahini Nana who is here, we are working on the Eburi Gardens with the MP who is also here, Honorable Obi Amwa, to make sure that all these facilities are redeveloped, or at least some level of development comes in. Then we can attract the private sector through their investments to come in.
Wonderful. This is the Presidential Summit on Tourism, and we are coming to you live from Peduase. My name is Ben Alavle. My panel is the first of 3 panel discussions, and this panel is on using tourism to jumpstart the economy. And I have a very rich panel: Maxwell Edusei, founder of African Loom; Akwesi Agyeman, CEO of the GTA; and Mrs. Alisa Osea Samoa, who is the president of the TUGA. The panel is not meant to address all issues. We also want you to ask questions. So we'll be coming to you in the next few moments if you have any questions or contributions. In fact, we're very blessed to have a room full of experts. So we will come to you shortly if you have a specific contribution to make to the discussion or a particular question for any panel member. We'll be happy to take it. I'm going to take 2 comments. I'll take one from you, and then I'll come back to you because I was asking you to speak about some of the bottlenecks we need to remove so the traffic can be more. So, madam, back to you.
Yeah, Bernard, yeah, I also want to put across, after COVID, what the tour operators have done. We realized that we're not promoting domestic tourism.
Okay.
We were looking at the inbound and outbound tours.
Yeah.
So we decided that, look, by promoting domestic, come up with a familiarization trip in all the regions. So together with GTA, thank you, Dr. Awal, for your support, and my boss, Mr. Kwesi Ajiman. We had to partner with them, and we started, as I speak now, we have done 13 regions out of the 16 regions. When we visit the regions, we go to the site to see the product that we are selling. Number 2, to also see the loopholes, and to give, when we come back, we give feedback to Ghana Tourism Authority. We write report to them, both are negative and positive. And the third one is to the stakeholders. When we did feasibility studies, we realized that Ghanaians said our packages are expensive. That is why when we talk about tourism to them, they move out of Ghana. But we need them to stay in Ghana and know their country before they look elsewhere. So we spoke to the stakeholder. Any region that we go, we see the hotels. My colleague, hotel president, is here. We wrote to him, and he gave us a list of hoteliers that we can contact. And in fact, they've done so well. They've given us rates. Now packages are so affordable. I'm happy that now domestic tourism rate has increased tremendously. Wonderful. And it is all both the private sector and the government, our collaboration, our partnership.
Wonderful.
So our next 14th region will be Eastern region in first week in July.
Amazing stuff. And we'll take the final comment from you on what bottlenecks need to be dealt with so the inbound traffic will improve.
Okay. I'm so glad the president mentioned the visa on arrival.
Yeah.
It's very, very crucial. All our competitors, take it Senegal, they don't even require visas for American citizens.
Okay.
South Africa doesn't. Kenya does, but you can do e-visa even at the airport. You just have to pay online. And if you go to like Egypt, it's also visa on arrival, $25. But the Ghana system was so cumbersome, where you have to answer all your questions online, upload all your information, download the embassy, and it takes about 2 to 3 weeks to get it. Most of the elderly that we bring are not savvy on computers, so it was very tough for them to always do it. So it's very, very important that we actually simplify the system, the visa system.
Yeah.
The next one is yellow fever. I know all the regions, the tropical regions require yellow fever, but in the United States, the cost of a yellow fever shot is average of $350. The lowest you can get is $300. But if you come to Ghana, it's $20. So some of my people sometimes opt out and come to Ghana, and then they receive it here.
Okay.
I don't know how legal that is, but that's why what some of them have been doing, which is very, it has helped a lot, especially the students coming in.
Yeah.
The other issue is the cost of accommodation.
All right.
Very, very high compared to competitors, even in West Africa. You can go to, like in my students, when I take them to South Africa, I can get a rate of $35 at Makir. I can never get anything close in Ghana. The minimum that I usually get is $100.
All right.
So it's an area that we need to really improve on.
Okay.
And one area too that I want to add to it, if Ghana is going, we claim is the center of the world.
Yeah.
That means we have to work to bring every conference, world conference, to Ghana. We have to develop that sector to attract a lot of conferences, international conferences to Ghana, and also the what is it called?
The business
state show, trade shows.
Trade shows, conferencing
Yes.
and trade shows.
Conference and trade shows.
Wonderful.
To the center of the world.
My final question, actually, I wanted Mr. Kuma to think about this question. And I'm coming to this with two angles. So in 2021, I was part of a number of influencers who became tourism ambassadors for the Volta region. I was together with Kafui Day, the MC, Ivy Prosper, and a few other presenters. We traveled around the Volta region. We saw firsthand how tourism works. For the past 10 years, City has been doing the Heritage Caravan. We drive around at least 11 regions. So I've seen tourism firsthand. Now, the major problem I see is infrastructure leading to tourist sites. So, John, sorry if I'm bringing you in unfairly. A lot of times when you are discussing roads, they look at the potential of the road. Is it tollable? Is it bringing cocoa? So we're doing Tema to Mpakadan because it's an important route for goods, for rail. A lot of our roads are on the basis of raw materials. We are bringing bauxite from Awaso to the port. So let's develop the road. Don't you think it's about time the finance ministry began to assess roads on the basis of tourism potential and tourism return? So that if you're doing a road from Accra to Bili and finance ministers in parliament, instead of saying, because we're bringing gold to the port, we'll do this road, you can say 60,000 tourists go there every year. So it's not an expense, but it's an investment. Now, I want to tempt you with that, but think about it. I want you to emphasize that point, then you comment on it. Whether we can have a tourism basis for infrastructure development, which we can then say in the next budget, if we believe that tourism is the real kickstarter for economic growth, why don't we identify 15 tourist sites or 16 and build roads to those sites and say, that's what we're going to do to promote tourism, Akwesi?
I think I want to act as an Ochiami, but I know that this has been taken up. Our ministry, thanks to Dr. Awal, has engaged with the Ministry of Roads, and we've been promised 50 kilometers to start with.
Only 50?
No, currently we are identifying the last mile ones.
Okay.
They say a journey of 1,000 miles.
Begins with one step.
So let's take that 50.
Okay.
And then we are mapping it out. So, for example, there have been discussions at places like Boti Falls. We've identified a few sites that are deplorable, the last mile, to work on it. So it's work in progress, but since Honorable John
Please,
Kuma,
can you give the minister a mic? We just
Honorable
want to
John
know
Kuma is here.
what he thinks about the idea.
He's an Akateche too, so he can.
So we can
he
refine
answer.
it and send it to finance minister. So, John, sorry, we used to debate on campus, so I'm putting you on the spot.
Thank you very much. Bernard, that's a very good question, but I want to assure you that Dr. Awal and Mr. Mwakwata has already put together a program for tourism roles, and the Ministry of Finance is fully behind it. So it's
tourism routes.
Tourism roles, yes.
Oh.
So it's something that we are working on, and if you observe that the Cape Coast road to Kakum has been done, and several others. As we speak, Bonyere Town roads have been awarded, and several other destinations to tourism areas. So it's a work in progress. Thank you very much.
We'll take two more questions because we have to wrap up the panel. So we'll just take two comments, brief ones, before His Excellency leaves us. There's a gentleman in white. Please rise. Kafui, the gentleman in white. Or you can come to the microphone in the aisle if you prefer that as well. So, sir, please tell us your name and let's take your comment. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. My name is Lomo Menu. I'm a tourism development consultant. I've been working in the industry since 1985.
Wow.
GTA, Ministry of Tourism, and the private sector. I want us to look at the very, very basics, the basics to jumpstart the tourism vehicle.
Yeah.
And then with that, if you can allow me to share just two experiences. I was in the office one day when a tour operator brought a tourist in from Norway. And, you know, I asked her what her experiences were. And in fact, she blushed. And I said, why? Is there anything wrong? And they actually came from Cape Coast to Accra. And then whilst they were coming, I think the driving on the road was so bad.
Yeah.
And they also saw some accidents on the way.
Yeah.
That was one. And then secondly, they went to Makola Market. And unfortunately, they went past some big gutters, and in fact, she had a root shock about the cleanliness of the market.
Okay.
Now, the basics I'm talking about here is cleanliness of our communities.
Wonderful.
Cleanliness of places that tourists visit.
Yes.
Cleanliness everywhere. Travel safety in this country.
Yeah.
I mean, we all agree that the infrastructure is not the best.
Yeah.
But at least the driving, terrible driving, bad ethics, overspeeding, unnecessary overtaking.
Yeah.
And if you are a tourist driving from Kumasi to
Yeah,
Accra,
thank you. So thank you very much. So
right.
cleanliness and travel safety. Thank you,
Yes,
madam.
thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Doreen Owusu Fianco,
Wow.
a former CEO of Ghana Tourist Board. That's about almost 2 decades ago. I'm particularly excited to be at this forum. First of all, after, let's say 20 years ago, this is the first time I'm seeing a president who is very passionate about tourism, because he has the vision and he has seen the light that it is the tourism activity which will drive any socioeconomic development of the country.
Wonderful.
This is because we all aware, most of us, that tourism development involves the integrated development of the whole country.
Yes.
You know, from roads, hospitals, food, hygiene, environment, education, small, medium-scale industries, everything. The major countries who have made it in this world, US and UK and Egypt, was based on tourism. That's why Heathrow, for instance, they have almost 5 terminals. What I want to ask and plead with the president that all the initiatives that he's giving, one important one is missing, and that is one district, one tourism attraction site.
Wow.
So, Mr. President,
One district.
and Mr. Kuma, if you say you want to use tourism to jumpstart the economy, then look at Mr. Obi Amwe's ministry. One district, one tourism attractive. And that will mean the total development of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So far, we have 2 proposals. We have the tourism roads, and we have the one district, one tourism. This is great. Wonderful. One tourist site. We'll take the final comment. Okay, last but one. Yes, madam.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Ashley Milton. I'm representing my business, She Grows It, and also the Adinkra Group. So first I want to say just congratulations to Ghana and how it has positioned itself with the year of return and beyond return and being the premier destination for really diaspora. And my question is, what does Ghana need from the private sector? Not the private sector that we're currently seeing. We're seeing a lot of art, we're seeing a lot of culture, but what do we need to see from other businesses in the private sector, and how do they need to step up to kind of meet the tourists that we're seeing coming into the country?
Yes.
And as the private sector formalizes, and to meet these tourism needs, and we move from just tourism to citizenship, how does Ghana position itself to be the destination of choice for Black people globally? And that's really what I want the conversation to be. I want us to say, hey, Ghana is the best country for Black people to live, and there's a lot of diaspora that are waiting for that conversation to happen.
Wow.
And I think a lot of it surrounds the private sector really formalizing to kind of serve the demands of the African Americans and the African Caribbeans that are coming to not just visit, but to repatriate and to bring tax dollars and investment. So
Wonderful.
that's my question.
Thank you, Dr. Ashley. Last comment, 30 seconds.
My name is Seth Yeboah Okran, CEO, Just Rent a Car, and the president of the Car Rental Association of Ghana. I'll also add my voice to the earlier speakers that we salute Mr. President for this initiative. My point have to do with cost. Ghana as a destination compared to other destinations is so expensive. So when Mr. President was talking, he's talking about policy. And I want to propose if we can have a policy on tourism development bank.
Okay.
Currently, I believe the Tourism Act 187 enjoins the operators to pay 1% tourism levy. How do we expand on that? To expand that portfolio, creating tourism bank, I believe if you look at Ghana, the most high cost is accommodation and transportation.
Yes, sir.
And let me link that to, again, is one of these policies that bring about automobile assembly in Ghana.
Yeah.
How do we link that? So they produce their
Thank
cars, and then the car rentals have it. That will bring their costs down because we drive tourism in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together for all the contributions. I want to thank you for your comments. The panel will answer. But Kafui, I just wanted you to come back because this is the first time I actually had a presidency through a panel discussion. Usually they do the speeches and they take photos and they leave. So we're very grateful to you, Mr. President, for staying through the panel. So Kafui, if you could come back and then you help with the formalities of his exit, then we will do our final comments because we have 3 more panels. I hope you are not leaving with him, please. Yes. So, yes, so we are not done, but we believe he has to go. So, yes. So we can wrap up. Okay, so let's wrap up our panel discussion. Wonderful. So let's wrap up. So I'm going to take reactions to the comments. I'll start with Madame, and I'll come to Mr. Dusa, and I'll give the last word to Akwesi, and you'll try and answer the questions that pertain to issues that do with the sector. So what are your closing comments, Mrs.
Yes, from what I heard, I think the questions were directed to the government sector.
So you don't have any problem?
But no, I'll wrap up. My last comment, number 1, is still encouraging all Ghanaians to patronage for domestic tourism.
Wonderful.
Because domestic tourism is key. We have to use our money in Ghana, explore Ghana, experience Ghana before we look elsewhere. Secondly, Honorable Deputy Minister, in fact, I have one site that is a new site that has been developed because now all my clients from outside, especially from Europe, we are adding beaches.
Okay.
So most of them also come to Kokrobite.
Okay.
Because they like that place and the road is very bad.
Kokrobite.
So I'll add to the 50 sites
50 kilometers.
I'll appeal to
John Kuma,
my boss
you have to
that they
expand the
should
list.
add it to the sites that they have located. It's a very prime area and a lot of people are exploring that
This
place.
budget preparation will be very serious.
Thank
John
you
Kuma,
very
you're in a lot
much.
of trouble. Mr. Dusa, your final comments.
My final one will be based on the cost
Yeah.
of attracting more people to Ghana. For instance, we don't have a national airline, and therefore we depend on a whole lot of different airlines where the prices are very, very high.
Yeah.
For instance, before the COVID, going to South Africa was less than coming to Ghana on South African Air. And because it's their airline, they are able to discount it for people going there.
Yeah.
So, but right now, coming to Ghana is so expensive. When I was flying in, it cost me $2,500 coach.
Wow.
And this is a lean season.
Wow.
So it makes the whole package very, very expensive. So we have to attract more airlines flying into Ghana,
Wonderful.
especially direct from the United States.
All right, thank you, sir. Put your hands together for Mr. Edusei. Akwesi, you have the final word. There were a couple of questions for you, if you can answer.
No, thank you very much. I believe there are more suggestions and comments than questions. The issue of cleanliness and sanitation, for example, there's a project that we are working on with the Ghana Tourism Development Company, my brother Kojo Entry, and then also the YEA on clean waves, clean beaches, to make sure that our beaches are kept clean. And we are working with the Ministry of Local Government and the various assemblies to make sure that, I mean, this eastward wash of trash that goes into the shores, into the seas, do not end up at our public beaches. When it comes to the infrastructure, I think Dr. Kuma has highlighted that the Tourism Development Bank, one of the things that under the leadership of our minister we've done is to set up the PPPF, Public-Private Partnership Forum, which is currently a body made up of representatives from the Ghana hotels, the tour operators, everybody. And our next meeting is on the 11th. I think this suggestion has come up, and there are a few other suggestions that have come up. The outcomes of this deliberation is something that we'll discuss with them, and I believe the Tourism Development Bank is one of them that has come. When it comes to the issue of access, and I talk about access not here with just airlines, but the visa and all those things, we've tabled a lot of suggestions through our ministry to the various other ministries, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Interior, on the e-visa regime and all that. So I believe it's work in progress, but hearing it from our operators also gives me that encouragement that we're on the right path. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for the panel. Thank you so much. We're very modest in our expectations, discussing how to use tourism to jumpstart the economy. But here at the PDRC Presidential Consensus, we've come up with 3 policies: 1 district, 1 tourist site, tourism roads, and tourism development bank. Please put your hands together for yourselves as we welcome back our MC to announce the next course of action. Thank you, Kafui.
I told you he was a masterful moderator. Thank you so much, Bernard, for steering that conversation and bringing out... yes, let's take a photo to mark the occasion. Yeah. There you go. So many thanks to our panelists and Bernard for steering that conversation. Thank you. All right. So, the MC can change the program, So we're going for lunch now. 3 words that people want to hear very eagerly at conferences and summits. Lunch is ready. So lunch is ready. And we will all depart first with the president and his party, and then our special guests and our chiefs and queen mothers. And then all of us with the tags registered, those of us who registered and have these tags will move out that way. And then the crew, the ushers will stay here, and then we'll organize and make sure that everybody has lunch. Can we kindly be on our feet as we hear and sing the national anthem of the Republic of Ghana?
God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong, bold to defend forever the cost of freedom and of right. Fill us with true humility, make us cherish fearless honesty, and help us to resist oppressors with all our will and might forevermore. And help us to resist oppressors with all our will and might forevermore.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Bernard will be back for the third panel. George Quay, that's the second panel. Enjoy your lunch, and we will see you in an hour's time right here for the continuation of day one of the Presidential Summit on Tourism, Rethinking Tourism for Economic Growth and Job Creation. Remember, if you have registered, you will have a tag, and then you go straight down where lunch is ready, and the rest of us support staff will be here, and lunch will come to us as well. Thank you. See you in 1 hour. Thanks to all of you who are following us online on Facebook. It's Ghana Tourism Authority and Beyond the Return. On YouTube, it's Visit Ghana. Hashtag Tourism Summit 23. Hashtag Rethink Tourism GH. Thank you. Akbanami. Hello, please make sure you take your stuff, your laptops, your phones, your bags, your purses. Trust in God, but lock your car. Take your stuff away.
Welcome to Ghana. Go beyond the return to a home of a rich cultural heritage where nature is incredible. Adventure is everywhere and the people are warm. Go beyond to a home far from home. Visit Ghana. Welcome to Ghana. Go beyond the return to a home of a rich cultural heritage where nature is incredible. Adventure is everywhere and the people are warm. Go beyond to a home far from home. Visit Ghana.
Established in the year 1890 by Sir William Bamford Jeffers to preserve trees, the Bree Botanical Gardens currently covers about 30 acres of the land. Located at a Bree in the Kuapem South District, the garden is popularly known to be a research site but also serves as a tourist attraction today. Walk into a Bree Gardens with loved ones and enjoy the fresh breeze, attractions and activities like the Rock Garden, the Pergola or the Lover's Lane, the Retired Helicopter, School of Horticulture, and a place for all picnics, photo shoots, and other events for all ages. Be sure to learn and have fun anytime you walk in the gardens. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana. Bunsu Eco Park officially opened as an arboretum in 1935 by British scientists Frank Thompson and David Pillett. Formerly known as Bunsu Arboretum, the name was changed to Bunsu Eco Park in 2019. It is 4.1 kilometers from Bunsu Junction on the Accra-Kumasi Road. Experience Bunsu Eco Park with family, friends, colleagues and others. Step into Bunsu Eco Park and explore as many activities: nature tour, forest hike, canopy walk, adult swing, zip line, kids zone, horseback riding, volleyball pitch, cocoa and herbal farm tour, and a 5x5 football pitch. This is a place to make the best memories. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana.
Akwaba, and welcome to Ghana, the center of the world. Welcome to the center of rich cultural experiences and a hotbed of heritage. Welcome to the center of the world, where you immerse yourself in great fun, entertainment, and leisure. Welcome to the heart of sustainable ecotourism, where nature is still pure. Rediscover yourself with breathtaking nature trips through our mountains, valleys, and lakes. Akwaba, to the center of adventure. Endless thrilling and breathtaking adventure awaits you. Welcome to the center of history and heritage. It is time to relive your heritage through our history. So come and experience the culture, the warmth, and the rhythm at the center of the world. Ghana. Destination Ghana is open and ready to help you discover yourself. Visit Ghana now.
It is believed to be the second highest mountain in the Volta region and located at Amezofe. It is about 777 meters. The mountain has a cross that served as a communication tool to the Germans during colonization. Hike your way up and make the mark and make history at Mount Gemi. 5 minutes away from the mountain leads to the Amezofe Canopy Walk. Getting to the canopy from the entrance involves a little exercise. Briskly walk down about 259 steps to reach the canopy walk, which measures about 136 meters, and get a glimpse of a number of conserved, endemic and endangered species like the Togo sleepy frog, reptiles and amphibians. Explore the scenery and learn more about the tree nursery and tree planting. What more can you ask for? This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana. 1000 AD to 1892. The site has a museum that is rich in archaeological artifacts of the people and others. It is also blessed with trees, grasses, baboons, green monkeys, lesser spot-nosed monkeys, wild cats, grasscutters, antelopes, zebra, ostrich, and royal pythons. Enjoy a rich taste of cultural and sightseeing at Shy Hills with affordable accommodation packages, casual visits, pitch camping, butterfly expedition, rock climbing, and bird watching. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana. Tafiatome Monkey Sanctuary and Cultural Village. The Monkey Sanctuary is located at Tafiatome, initially worshipped and protected as gods by our forefathers. Tafiatome Monkey Sanctuary was formally identified and declared as a tourist site in 1996. The forest houses the most friendly monkey species in the country, the true Mona monkey species. A walk through the jungle makes one refreshed at the end. At Tafiatome Cultural Village, experience their rich history in storytelling, drumming and dancing. Your best bet to know more and have fun. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana.
Welcome to Ghana. Go beyond the return to a home of a rich cultural heritage. where nature is incredible. Adventure is everywhere, and the people are warm. Go beyond to a home far from home. Visit Ghana. Welcome to Ghana. Go beyond the return to a home of a rich cultural heritage, where nature is incredible. Adventure is everywhere, and the people are warm. Go beyond to a home far from home. Visit Ghana.
Established in the year 1890 by Sir William Bamford Jeffers to preserve trees, the Bree Botanical Gardens currently covers about 30 acres of the land. Located at a Bree in the Kwapim South District, the garden is popularly known to be a research site but also serves as a tourist attraction today. Walk into a Bree Gardens with loved ones and enjoy the fresh breeze, attractions and activities like the Rock Garden, the Pergola or the Lover's Lane, the Retired Helicopter, School of Horticulture, and a place for all picnics, photo shoots, and other events for all ages. Be sure to learn and have fun anytime you walk in the gardens. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana. Bunsu Eco Park officially opened as an arboretum in 1935 by British scientists Frank Thompson and David Pillett. Formerly known as Bunsu Arboretum, the name was changed to Bunsu Eco Park in 2019. It is 4.1 kilometers from Bunsu Junction on the Accra-Kumasi Road. Experience Bunsu Eco Park with family, friends, colleagues and others. Step into Bunsu Eco Park and explore as many activities: nature tour, forest hike, canopy walk, adult swing, zip line, kids zone, horseback riding, volleyball pitch, cocoa and herbal farm tour, and a 5x5 football pitch. This is a place to make the best memories. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana.
Akwaba, and welcome to Ghana, the center of the world. Welcome to the center of rich cultural experiences and a hotbed of heritage. Welcome to the center of the world, where you immerse yourself in great fun, entertainment, and leisure. Welcome to the heart of sustainable ecotourism, where nature is still pure. Rediscover yourself with breathtaking nature trips through our mountains, valleys, and lakes. Akwaba, to the center of adventure. Endless thrilling and breathtaking adventure awaits you. Welcome to the center of history and heritage. It is time to relive your heritage through our history. So come and experience the culture, the warmth, and the rhythm at the center of the world. Ghana. Destination Ghana is open and ready to help you discover yourself. Visit Ghana now.
It is believed to be the second highest mountain in the Volta region and located at Amezofe. It is about 777 meters. The mountain has a cross that served as a communication tool to the Germans during colonization. Hike your way up and make the mark and make history at Mount Gemi. 5 minutes away from the mountain leads to the Amezofe Canopy Walk. Getting to the canopy from the entrance involves a little exercise. Briskly walk down about 259 steps to reach the canopy walk, which measures about 136 meters, and get a glimpse of a number of conserved, endemic and endangered species like the Togo sleepy frog, reptiles and amphibians. Explore the scenery and learn more about the tree nursery and tree planting. What more can you ask for? This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana. Shy Hills Resource Reserve. It is known as an enclave of hills and caves. Mogo Hill, Hewayo, Manyayo, and Seyo Cave, among others. And once served as a home for the Dangwese from 1000 AD to 1892. The site has a museum that is rich in archaeological artifacts of the people and others. It is also blessed with trees, grasses, baboons, green monkeys, lesser spot-nosed monkeys, wild cats, grass cutters, antelopes, zebra, ostrich, and royal pythons. Enjoy a rich taste of cultural and sightseeing at Shy Hills with affordable accommodation packages, casual visits, pitch camping, butterfly expedition, rock climbing, and bird watching. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana. Tafiatome Monkey Sanctuary and Cultural Village. The Monkey Sanctuary is located at Tafiatome, initially worshipped and protected as gods by our forefathers. Tafiatome Monkey Sanctuary was formally identified and declared as a tourist site in 1996. The forest houses the most friendly monkey species in the country, the true Mona monkey species. A walk through the jungle makes one refreshed at the end. At Tafiatome Cultural Village, experience their rich history in storytelling, drumming and dancing. Your best bet to know more and have fun. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana.
Welcome to Ghana. Go beyond the return to a home of a rich cultural heritage where nature is incredible. Adventure is everywhere and the people are warm. Go beyond to a home far from home. Visit Ghana. Welcome to Ghana. Go beyond the return to a home of a rich cultural heritage where nature is incredible. Adventure is everywhere and the people are warm. Go beyond to a home far from home. Visit Ghana.
Established in the year 1890 by Sir William Bamford Jeffers to preserve trees, the Bree Botanical Gardens currently covers about 30 acres of the land. Located at a Bree in the Kwapim South District, the garden is popularly known to be a research site but also serves as a tourist attraction today. Walk into a Bree Gardens with loved ones and enjoy the fresh breeze, attractions and activities like the Rock Garden, the Pergola or the Lover's Lane, the Retired Helicopter, School of Horticulture, and a place for all picnics, photo shoots, and other events for all ages. Be sure to learn and have fun anytime you walk in the gardens. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana. Bunsu Eco Park officially opened as an arboretum in 1935 by British scientists Frank Thompson and David Pillett. Formerly known as Bunsu Arboretum, the name was changed to Bunsu Eco Park in 2019. It is 4.1 kilometers from Bunsu Junction on the Accra-Kumasi Road. Experience Bunsu Eco Park with family, friends, colleagues and others. Step into Bunsu Eco Park and explore as many activities: nature tour, forest hike, canopy walk, adult swing, zip line, kids zone, horseback riding, volleyball pitch, cocoa and herbal farm tour, and a 5x5 football pitch. This is a place to make the best memories. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana.
Akwaba, and welcome to Ghana, the center of the world. Welcome to the center of rich cultural experiences and a hotbed of heritage. Welcome to the center of the world, where you immerse yourself in great fun, entertainment, and leisure. Welcome to the heart of sustainable ecotourism, where nature is still pure. Rediscover yourself with breathtaking nature trips through our mountains, valleys, and lakes. Akwaba, to the center of adventure. Endless thrilling and breathtaking adventure awaits you. Welcome to the center of history and heritage. It is time to relive your heritage through our history. So come and experience the culture, the warmth, and the rhythm at the center of the world. Ghana. Destination Ghana is open and ready to help you discover yourself. Visit Ghana now.
It is believed to be the second highest mountain in the Volta region and located at Amezofe. It is about 777 meters. The mountain has a cross that served as a communication tool to the Germans during colonization. Hike your way up and make the mark and make history at Mount Gemi. 5 minutes away from the mountain leads to the Amezofe Canopy Walk. Getting to the canopy from the entrance involves a little exercise. Briskly walk down about 259 steps to reach the canopy walk, which measures about 136 meters, and get a glimpse of a number of conserved, endemic and endangered species like the Togo sleepy frog, reptiles and amphibians. Explore the scenery and learn more about the tree nursery and tree planting. What more can you ask for? This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana. Shy Hills Resource Reserve. It is known as an enclave of hills and caves. Mogo Hill, Hewayo, Manyayo, and Seyo Cave, among others. And once served as a home for the Dangbese from 1000 AD to 1892. The site has a museum that is rich in archaeological artifacts of the people and others. It is also blessed with trees, grasses, baboons, green monkeys, lesser spot-nosed monkeys, wild cats, grass cutters, antelopes, zebra, ostrich, and royal pythons. Enjoy a rich taste of cultural and sightseeing at Shy Hills with affordable accommodation packages, casual visits, pitch camping, butterfly expedition, rock climbing, and bird watching. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana. Tafi Atome Monkey Sanctuary and Cultural Village. The Monkey Sanctuary is located at Tafi Atome, initially worshipped and protected as gods by our forefathers. Tafi Atome Monkey Sanctuary was formally identified and declared as a tourist site in 1996. The forest houses the most friendly monkey species in the country, the true Mona monkey species. A walk through the jungle makes one refreshed at the end. At Tafi Atome Cultural Village, experience their rich history in storytelling, drumming and dancing. Your best bet to know more and have fun. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana.
Welcome to Ghana. Go beyond the return to a home of a rich cultural heritage where nature is incredible. Adventure is everywhere and the people are warm. Go beyond to a home far from home. Visit Ghana. Welcome to Ghana. Go beyond the return to a home of a rich cultural heritage where nature is incredible. Adventure is everywhere and the people are warm. Go beyond to a home far from home. Visit Ghana.
Established in the year 1890 by Sir William Bamford Jeffers to preserve trees, the Bree Botanical Gardens currently covers about 30 acres of the land. Located at a Bree in the Kwapim South District, the garden is popularly known to be a research site but also serves as a tourist attraction today. Walk into a Bree Gardens with loved ones and enjoy the fresh breeze, attractions and activities like the Rock Garden, the Pergola or the Lover's Lane, the Retired Helicopter, School of Horticulture, and a place for all picnics, photo shoots, and other events for all ages. Be sure to learn and have fun anytime you walk in the gardens. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana. Bunsu Eco Park officially opened as an arboretum in 1935 by British scientists Frank Thompson and David Pillett. Formerly known as Bunsu Arboretum, the name was changed to Bunsu Eco Park in 2019. It is 4.1 kilometers from Bunsu Junction on the Accra-Kumasi Road. Experience Bunsu Eco Park with family, friends, colleagues and others. Step into Bunsu Eco Park and explore as many activities: nature tour, forest hike, canopy walk, adult swing, zip line, kids zone, horseback riding, volleyball pitch, cocoa and herbal farm tour, and a 5x5 football pitch. This is a place to make the best memories. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana.
Akwaba, and welcome to Ghana, the center of the world. Welcome to the center of rich cultural experiences and a hotbed of heritage. Welcome to the center of the world, where you immerse yourself in great fun, entertainment, and leisure. Welcome to the heart of sustainable ecotourism, where nature is still pure. Rediscover yourself with breathtaking nature trips through our mountains, valleys, and lakes. Akwaaba, to the center of adventure. Endless thrilling and breathtaking adventure awaits you. Welcome to the center of history and heritage. It is time to relive your heritage through our history. So come and experience the culture, the warmth, and the rhythm at the center of the world. Ghana. Destination Ghana is open and ready to help you discover yourself. Visit Ghana now.
It is believed to be the second highest mountain in the Volta region and located at Amezofe. It is about 777 meters. The mountain has a cross that served as a communication tool to the Germans during colonization. Hike your way up and make the mark and make history at Mount Gemi. 5 minutes away from the mountain leads to the Amezofe Canopy Walk. Getting to the canopy from the entrance involves a little exercise. Briskly walk down about 259 steps to reach the canopy walk, which measures about 136 meters, and get a glimpse of a number of conserved, endemic and endangered species like the Togo sleepy frog, reptiles and amphibians. Explore the scenery and learn more about the tree nursery and tree planting. What more can you ask for? This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana. Shy Hills Resource Reserve. It is known as an enclave of hills and caves. Mogo Hill, Hewayo, Manyayo, and Seyo Cave, among others. And once served as a home for the Dangbese from 1000 AD to 1892. The site has a museum that is rich in archaeological artifacts of the people and others. It is also blessed with trees, grasses, baboons, green monkeys, lesser spot-nosed monkeys, wild cats, grass cutters, antelopes, zebra, ostrich, and royal pythons. Enjoy a rich taste of cultural and sightseeing at Shy Hills with affordable accommodation packages, casual visits, pitch camping, butterfly expedition, rock climbing, and bird watching. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana. Tafiatome Monkey Sanctuary and Cultural Village. The Monkey Sanctuary is located at Tafiatome, initially worshipped and protected as gods by our forefathers. Tafiatome Monkey Sanctuary was formally identified and declared as a tourist site in 1996. The forest houses the most friendly monkey species in the country, the true Mona monkey species. A walk through the jungle makes one refreshed at the end. At Tafiatome Cultural Village, experience their rich history in storytelling, drumming, and dancing. Your best bet to know more and have fun. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana.
Welcome to Ghana. Go beyond the return to a home of a rich cultural heritage where nature is incredible. Adventure is everywhere and the people are warm. Go beyond to a home far from home. Visit Ghana. Welcome to Ghana. Go beyond the return to a home of a rich cultural heritage where nature is incredible. Adventure is everywhere and the people are warm. Go beyond to a home far from home. Visit Ghana.
Established in the year 1890 by Sir William Balfour Jeffers to preserve trees, the Bree Botanical Gardens currently covers about 30 acres of the land. Located at a Bree in the Kwapim South District, the garden is popularly known to be a research site but also serves as a tourist attraction today. Walk into a Bree Gardens with loved ones and enjoy the fresh breeze, attractions and activities like the Rock Garden, the Pergola or the Lover's Lane, the Retired Helicopter, School of Horticulture, and a place for all picnics, photo shoots, and other events for all ages. Be sure to learn and have fun anytime you walk in the gardens. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana. Bunsu Eco Park officially opened as an arboretum in 1935 by British scientists Frank Thompson and David Pillett. Formerly known as Bunsu Arboretum, the name was changed to Bunsu Eco Park in 2019. It is 4.1 kilometers from Bunsu Junction on the Accra-Kumasi Road. Experience Bunsu Eco Park with family, friends, colleagues and others. Step into Bunsu Eco Park and explore as many activities: nature tour, forest hike, canopy walk, adult swing, zip line, kids zone, horseback riding, volleyball pitch, cocoa and herbal farm tour, and a 5x5 football pitch. This is a place to make the best memories. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana.
Akwaba, and welcome to Ghana, the center of the world. Welcome to the center of rich cultural experiences and a hotbed of heritage. Welcome to the center of the world, where you immerse yourself in great fun, entertainment, and leisure. Welcome to the heart of sustainable ecotourism, where nature is still pure. Rediscover yourself with breathtaking nature trips through our mountains, valleys, and lakes. Akwaba, to the center of adventure. Endless thrilling and breathtaking adventure awaits you. Welcome to the center of history and heritage. It is time to relive your heritage through our history. So come and experience the culture, the warmth, and the rhythm at the center of the world. Ghana. Destination Ghana is open and ready to help you discover yourself. Visit Ghana now.
It is believed to be the second highest mountain in the Volta region and located at Amezofe. It is about 777 meters. The mountain has a cross that served as a communication tool to the Germans during colonization. Hike your way up and make the mark and make history at Mount Gemi, 5 minutes away from the mountain, leads to the Amezofe Canopy Walk. Getting to the canopy from the entrance involves a little exercise. Briskly walk down about 259 steps to reach the canopy walk, which measures about 136 meters, and get a glimpse of a number of conserved, endemic and endangered species like the Togo sleepy frog, reptiles and amphibians. Explore the scenery and learn more about the tree nursery and tree planting. What more can you ask for? This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana. Shy Hills Resource Reserve. It is known as an enclave of hills and caves. Mogo Hill, Hewoyo, Manyayo, and Seyo Cave, among others. And once served as a home for the Dangbese from 1000 AD to 1892. The site has a museum that is rich in archaeological artifacts of the people and others. It is also blessed with trees, grasses, baboons, green monkeys, lesser spot-nosed monkeys, wild cats, grasscutters, antelopes, zebra, ostrich, and royal pythons. Enjoy a rich taste of cultural and sightseeing at Shy Hills with affordable accommodation packages, casual visits, pitch camping, butterfly expedition, rock climbing, and bird watching. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana.
Okay, so how many of you, just show by hand, how many of you were promoted to the next class without writing any exams at some point in your life, whether it's primary school, secondary school, university? Yes, okay, so the good news is that everybody gets to be promoted now. We're moving forward, okay? There are too many holes in the house, and the pictures don't look great with holes. So kindly, without any examinations, move as far forward as possible. You are the VIPs we are waiting for. Please come forward. promotion. It's promotion time. Come forward. Please come forward. Everybody, come forward. There are seats here. 5 seats here. 3 seats here. 5, 4, 3. It's a mass promotion. Mass promotion. We're moving forward. Come to the front.
Tafiatome Monkey Sanctuary and Cultural Village. The Monkey Sanctuary is located at Tafiatome, initially worshipped and protected as gods by our forefathers. Tafiatome Monkey Sanctuary was formally identified and declared as a tourist site in 1996. The forest houses the most friendly monkey species in the country, the true Mona monkey species. A walk through the jungle makes one refreshed at the end. At Tafiatome Cultural Village, experience their rich history in storytelling, drumming and dancing. Your best bet to know more and have fun. This campaign is brought to you by the Ghana Tourism Authority under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Experience Ghana. Share Ghana.
Happening Saturday and Sunday, National Theatre. All right, make sure you are part of it. He's also the president of the Arts and Tourism Writers Association of Ghana, ARTWAG. Let's bring onto the stage our esteemed moderator, Mr. George Quay. And then George will bring his panelists onto the stage.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Kafwe, why did you have to bend the microphone down? Did I say I had issues? I mean, did I say I had issues? This kind of discrimination must stop. So yes, it is very difficult to be the first person to moderate at an event of this nature, especially when we've all just come back from a very, very good lunch. But like Hafwi said, I'll do well to keep it as brief as possible. It's going to be a very interactive session. We're going to be speaking about easing the business environment for tourism. And to do this, I'm honored to have some very, 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 very distinguished people who are coming to help me do it. And I would invite them, they would come take their seats, then I will also take mine, and then would get it going. First up is Dr. Edward Akanyameka Jr. He's President, Ghana Hotels Association. Give him a hand. He's also a former lecturer at University of Ghana and private agricultural development consultant and managing director at Vernacle Lodge. Please give him a hand as he comes up. Yes, I know, you need to clap so the food can digest. It's scientifically proven, you understand? Yes, exactly. And then, of course, we're also elated to have Professor Kobe Mensah. He's Associate Professor of Marketing at the University of Ghana Business School. He's also a lecturer in tourism marketing. And this one is very important, convener of the Destination Legon. He'll tell us what that is all about. And he's done quite a lot. He actually started his tourism-related business with the Student Travel Organization. How many people know about Saito? Ah, yes, exactly. Yeah, I think I owe them some travel money, Bisef. Yes, but it's all good. And then also we're supposed to have Mr. Edward Ashon Latte from the GIPC, but he couldn't be with us. He had an emergency early on. So instead, we are honored to have Madam Evelyn E. Nyako, who's Deputy Director, Investor Services Division of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. Please give her a hand as she comes up. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome. Yes, I'm going to start by asking each and every one of you to give us, a brief overview. We're talking about easing, the business environment generally for sustained and successful growth in our tourism space, if I should paraphrase and put it that way. And for me, a key player in the industry, this is very important because I quite recall as host of Showbiz HZ on Joy 99.7 FM, we once had a similar conversation and a lot of people spoke about the bottlenecks, in the channel that made it very difficult to have sustainable growth. So let me start from Prof. I mean, you tell us a brief overview before we get into the conversations. Prof. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well, when we look at growth in in the industry, I think that one of the things that I could actually think about is sustainability. Now, we know that it's mainly MSME sector, which means that majority of the businesses are micro, small scale businesses. Now, when you do not have businesses that have actually been able to get into medium level, life skills, sustainability becomes an issue because it doesn't actually go beyond the generation. So if I cast my mind back, those days in 1999, 98, most of the players that we used to know then, you don't find them anymore. And also that actually affect employment, for example, because then when the sector is, when the company is off, then of course, livelihood issues. So I think that one major issue is about sustainability and how can we actually ensure that we can actually ring fence these businesses to make sure that they can actually go beyond the generation and can actually sustain the sector.
Thank you very much. Sustainability, very key. Doc?
Thank you very much, George. I want to start on this note. I have been the leadership of the Ghana Hotels Association for the past 10 years. First as the regional chairman for Greater Accra for 4 years, and then for the past 6 years as the president. And throughout these 10 years, I came to that conclusion that tourism has the massive potential to impact on the economic growth of this country. So I align so much with the minister's call for tourism to contribute not less than $4 billion. I'm so much with him on that, and something that we all need to pursue. Again, we ride on this mantra in tourism that tourism is public sector led and private sector driven. In other words, there's that PPP inbuilt in there. So for the president to actually call for this summit, which is the highest form of PPP, I think I would need to give it to the president. And for me, I wish we could even declare today as a rebirth of tourism in Ghana.
Exactly.
We are really going to go places with that. So let me leave it there for now. At least I'm establishing the fact that I'm very excited to be here. And, I'll give my best.
And we all. Evelyn, initial thoughts.
Yes, talking from the standpoint of investment, promotion and attraction, tourism has always been part of the priority sectors that we promote for investment in Ghana. It has never left that threshold. But unfortunately, we've had a bit of a decline in terms of the number of investments that are coming in when it comes to tourism. It was so sad to note that since 2017 to date, we haven't really had any major foreign investment into the tourism sector. Though the locals are doing well in terms of doing bits and pieces in the industry. And for us, this forum is an important forum for us that we think we have to relook at the strategy or the policies or the regulations around tourism, and also the intentions that we have in terms of actions that will promote the industry. Because based on figures that were mentioned here in the morning, the sector has a lot of potential. And it would interest us to know that Ghana has become so known because of the year of return and beyond. And anytime there is any discussion about diaspora, there is a reference to that. And people have become very interested in even the December activities that happen in the country. And so I think that after this forum, we should be able to have some tangible, actionable things that we have to do and work towards to ensure tourism grows.
Great. All right. Thank you very much. Give it up for them. Those are initial thoughts from my panel members. I'm going to go straight to Doc. Doc, I mean, what would you consider as some of the key challenges that currently hinder the growth of the tourism sector in Ghana?
All right, George. Let me put it this way. Since we are rethinking tourism, I wouldn't want to dwell too much on challenges per se, but rather to look at some key areas that we really need to give attention to. Because given the opportunity, my colleagues in the industry, tourism, hospitality, can list a whole host of issues or challenges that confront us. But I wanted to put it into 5 main areas, and possibly each person can fix the challenge in one of the 5 areas. First of all, it's about the capacity of our staff to deliver the services that will make us a top destination for tourism. So staff capacity is an area that we need to look at. Because there's a yawning gap between what we believe we can do and what we are actually doing now. So that's one area. Another area is patronage. Patronage, which has to do with the demand for tourism. And I'm sure by now it's very obvious to us that when it comes to marketing tourism, it's not the work of the private sector alone. In fact, the public sector really has to lead that. So if you are going to look at numbers close to other countries like Kenya and those tourism countries, and also hit the $4 billion mark, then we really have to also look at patronage. And there are a lot of issues there, because it has to do with governance, it has to do with the security that was mentioned earlier on, it has to do with sanitation, it has to do with even the food we eat and health and everything. So that's with the patronage. Then the third one is access to resources. Access to resources. And my good friend Seth has talked about forming the tourism bank, which will ensure that the operators have access to these resources. Then we have regulation. I think we have some few challenges there. The public sector is doing very well, but we, the private sector, believe that we can be involved more in regulation. Some other countries have tried it, and I think it's working. We need to be involved more in regulation. So that's with regulation. And of course, cost of operations, not multiplicity of taxes, but let's put it in the bigger sphere of cost of operation. And that also means that we are going to look at all the aspects of our business in terms of even lending rates, in terms of the goods we import, and in terms of the things we buy here, the cost of salaries and all that. So, George, I have grouped it in these 5 areas, and I'm sure that my colleagues can fit all the issues they have within those 5 areas.
Before I move on away from you, I'm going to pick on one of the areas, which is cost of operations. Also, it happens to be that you are the president of the Hotels Association of Ghana. I've had a number of interactions with a lot of hotels, and people generally complain that hotels in Ghana are very expensive. Very, very, very expensive. When you speak to the hotels, they tell you, it's not our fault. It is taxes. And they actually give me a list. They said they pay NHIL, VAT, Get Fund, COVID levy, GTA levy, EPA levy, FDA levy, MMDA's levy, fire service levy, 1% tourism levy, SNIT for staff, data protection levy. Should I continue?
That sounds like political parties of tourism. George, you are so right. And that is why we continue to draw attention of government to some of these things. Because we think that probably if it's looked at holistically, I remember in my initial stages of presidency in the association, we went for a meeting with Mr. Kwesi Ajiman, and I had created this spider web of all the regulatory fees and the payments that we make. And I think that is when he appreciated that, yes, indeed, the hotels are suffering. So you're right. And also because we also go to the same market for loans, paying 30% and more. And then we have other payments that you haven't even spoken about. George, I'm sure you're aware of copyright.
Yes.
Yes.
Gumroad levy. It's actually on
You
the
mentioned
list.
it. Very good.
I didn't get there.
Okay.
The list is not
All right.
good.
So when you look at all these and you consider the fact that hotel operations too is a bit different from other businesses, because once a room goes unoccupied, you've lost, period. Okay, so you also have to figure out your rates such that you take care of days where the rooms are not used. Otherwise, you'll be chased out of business. Okay, so these are some of the things that we need to look at. And I've always called for that comparative analysis of the so-called countries where hotel rates are cheaper against our system, because it's the environment that dictates what we pay. It's not that hoteliers are greedy. No, we are not.
It's not going to be easy, but we're going to move on. I'm going to move on to Prof. Before I move on to Prof, I'm honored to introduce one more panel member. You'd notice one more seat has been joined, and that's my brother and friend, Mr. Ben Ananinsia, who's Deputy CEO, General Services at the Ghana Tourism Authority. A big hand for him as he comes up. He's going to join us, and I'm sure he can throw a bit more light on why the levies are so many. But, Prof, I mean, I'm listening to the hotel people complain about the levy. Then I put myself in the position of government, and I heard the first presentation. I've heard all the speeches that have been made. I've seen the vision. I know where we want to go, and I know we cannot get there if we do not charge some of these levies. So how can the government and private sector collaborate to create a more conducive business environment for tourism growth?
Okay. Thank you, George. I think that obviously what my APSU senior actually talked about in terms of the various cost items. But I suppose we can actually look at it from a different perspective. One, we haven't actually had the locals, the citizens, to participate, because we know that in business, when you operate on scale, you can reduce cost. Now, if you look at it, we have demonized the sector. Why? A lot of people, when you tell them that you're going to a hotel, there's a completely different perspective about you. In fact, if a woman says that, tonight I just want to eat from a restaurant, you can imagine what your friend or your family members are going to tell you. You're a completely different animal. Not to talk about nightlife. If you have to be seen going to a club, a nightclub, you can imagine the tag on you, which means that we have done a lot more from what we call political, administrative, regulatory perspective to sort of entangle or to untangle the sector. So government is doing quite a lot of stuff. But when it comes to our beliefs, attitudes, and our behavior towards the sector, we haven't changed it. We haven't touched on it. What does that mean? We need to let people start appreciating that going to a hotel isn't a bad thing. Eating from a restaurant, it doesn't mean you are lazy. So that we can have quite a lot of people participate, that is the local participation, in these sectors, so that the scale can drive down the cost. Now, I'll give you a typical example. In Europe, most of us who have actually lived in Europe and America, if you don't use your leave in a year, you lose it, right? In Ghana, people work for 10 years, they haven't taken a leave. Now, the hotel sector or the tourism and hospitality sector not only rest on disposable income, but disposable time. So if someone hadn't actually taken a leave, how would they go on tour? How would they visit the hotel? So for me, I think the solution must be that the public sector must work with the private sector so that we can impose something like forfeiting your leave so that you can be forced to go out. And when you go out, you would actually be participating in tourism. That's one. We also have to actually look at the education, because there's a hindrance there. If you look at the top of our area, especially in hotels, and I'm sure a doc can actually bear me out, most of the strategic level, management level are foreigners, all right? And I have nothing against that. But it looks like the education in most cases in the past had been at operational level. We haven't had a strategic, a level, masters, PhDs, etc. In fact, I actually was a coordinator for hospitality and tourism course, and I made an argument to the university that most people who hold tourism certificates are diploma and postgraduate diploma. So the requirement of first degree may not work if we want to get some people into our hospitality and tourism. So the university said, okay, we can then address it, which means that we need to start creating programs that can absorb these people at a strategic level so that attitude, ethics, etc. can actually come in, and they would actually be much more liberal in terms of their approach to the industry. Now, when we look at sanitation, I think there was something talked about sanitation, etc. Because we haven't oriented, or the people are somewhat not oriented about the participation of tourism, we don't really see the need to make these areas cleaner, not even for our own self. Of course, you need to, but also for the people coming here. Because all of us, we draw from the same vendor, we draw from the same infrastructure, etc. So we need to embark on a very robust internal, what we call social marketing campaigns for people to see why they must orient their behavior, why they must orient their attitudes, and how that would actually impact not only on our livelihood as people, but on the tourism front as well. Thank you.
Interesting. Thank you very much. Let me come to you, Evelyn. Evelyn, you spoke early on about the investment in the sector. If I heard you right, you mentioned that there hadn't been any major foreign investment. Why do you reckon that is? Have you identified exactly why? Any info, any ideas that you can share? If we could identify why, then we could find solutions to that. Do you have any idea?
Yeah, so, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can.
Okay, so the major challenge actually has been in investors not really finding value in terms of their return on investment. So investing in the tourism sector, whether hotel or conferencing facility, even having, like, for instance, aqua safari type of things, it's a huge investment. And if you are not too sure, based on the conditions within the country, of the benefits you can get, then it's difficult to get people going in there. Now, prior to 2013, we had some major investments in the hotel industry in terms of having like 4 or 5-star hotels, having conferencing facilities like the likes of Kempinski, Movenpick, and those people. And these people had a law that also gave them a certain incentive that allowed them to come in. And in that law, it was beneficial to both the foreign and the locals. And so we had a number of local industries also building structures or businesses in the tourism sector. In fact, I just met one of them here, and I was happy to see him. Unfortunately, he asked me about incentives in the center, and I could in the sector.
In the sector.
And I couldn't give him any positive information.
Response.
Because that law was repealed in 2013. And when it was repealed, there was no structure to put in any other incentive for the sector. And so currently, those in the sector actually don't get any kind of incentives in terms of materials that they bring in. I think we'll all agree that most of the things that they use, even the hotels, you won't get them in Ghana. You have no choice than to import them. And that law at least gave them some relief. So when it went off, there was another relief that was in the current customs document that was giving at least half of your duty. Unfortunately, that one too has been repealed by the current exemption law. It's rather unfortunate the deputy minister is not here. I know we are going through some IMF conditionalities and all that, but I think that if we really want to promote investment in the sector and encourage people, both foreign and locals especially, to go into it and grow, probably I would agree with the dialogue the two of them spoke about. I think we should engage the sector operators and really understand their issues so that we can formulate proper policies or regulations or incentive regimes that would help the industry.
Okay.
Whilst we are taxing them all those taxes, at least there should be something for them to also cushion them to do more.
To do more.
So we can get more from the taxes.
Solid. Okay, let me move on to my very good friend, Mr. Anani has been with the Ghana Tourism Authority for a very long time. And this conversation that we're having is a broad one. And having been in the media space and working with the Arts and Tourism Writers Association for a while, I do know that there could be quite a number of untapped opportunities within the sector. There are people that want to enter the space. I mean, I'm sure the GIPC may have experienced a number of people across their various interactions who would want to enter the space, but mentioning some of the problems she has highlighted. In your opinion, what are some of those untapped opportunities in this tourism sector that can help drive sustainable growth?
Hello. Thank you. Before I talk about that, I think if GIPC recognizes that the repeal of the previous incentive package, is hindering the rapid growth of the sector, then maybe you should take the lead in trying to introduce something rapidly. Because the cost of operations, which makes the destination potentially uncompetitive, is influenced by some of these underlying structural rigidities. You have a situation where if you took $1 million to do something in Zimbabwe, and you took the same thing in Ghana, probably will not do half as much as it's done. And then if we have to compete with travel, other destinations where hotel rates are cheaper and so on, it makes our marketing effort a little more tiring. So I would, like you rightly said, I think it's time to collectively sit down, and we have to be aligned. GIPC, Export Promotion, Ministry of Trade. Let's look at it squarely in the face and decide that, look, this is what we want. It can even go to specialized interest rates for tourism projects, because it's not like buying rice from Vietnam. You need 7, 8, 9 years to recoup. So we must take the bull by the horns and decide that for this sector, this is the preferential trade. These are the banks that would deal with. And then we can then tax the hotel that, because with all these things we have done, you have to respond to make the marketplace a little more favorable. But coming to what you asked me, one of the things that we have to rapidly expand now is our MICE infrastructure, meetings, incentives. The conference center maximum capacity is at 1,450 or something like that. If we want a conference of 5,000 people in Accra, you're in trouble. So we need to look at the big cities in America: Houston, Denver, Minneapolis. Everybody's convention sector is at the heart of the mayor. So from the mayor to the regional minister to everybody, we must find a way to incentivize people, either as a PPP partnership or find a big ticket player somewhere who will put a proper convention that can bring the people the numbers we want. And then the hotels can respond. They see that we are doing convention of black lawyers from wherever. You have 5,000 people in town. It becomes a mini December in GA. So that kind of infrastructure we need. And from my experience, it might not be helpful for the state to put in that money. We could probably facilitate the land tenure, which is always an issue, create the right incentive package, and then let the people who are there, the businessmen in the town, respond to that. That we need. We also have to do something about our beaches and the infrastructure, the resorts along the beach. There are some along there, but Ghana is not only a heritage destination. It's not everybody who comes just because of the connection with the diaspora and all of that. There are people who also want to have fun. They want to be on the beach. They want to have a good time. And we are better than Gambia. I mean, our beaches are better than what's in Gambia. Of course, it might not be as neat, but we have wider stretch of sand. Western region, for example, is a wonderful place. Kita is doing very well now. So there should be that commitment.
We are live on Facebook, so they are watching us in Gambia.
They should listen.
Right?
I'm speaking with authority.
I'm not a part of this conversation.
And if the Gambian president is there, I'm telling you my beaches are better than his. So that's an area that we must see as a resource and protect and encourage investments into those areas. So that the other big ones, the roads and the trains and things, they'll be taken care of by the other ministries. And then again, it was raised earlier on in the day, the cost of air travel to Ghana, it's not friendly at all. You can't spend $2,500 on a coach ticket from your major generating destination. It's not acceptable. Anybody who is price sensitive, I mean, even if he wants to come, will not come. If you have $2,500 sitting in Miami, you know how many places you can go to with that kind of money? You know, so we have to find a solution. Either when the minister was in transport, he helped us revise the charter regulations, which makes it easier for charters to come to Ghana. But the response hasn't been too favorable. But we need to have a way to break. I mean, British Airways is doing 10 flights now. If the market was so bad, why are they bringing people? Yeah. And if the people are there, why are the fares expensive? So something is not working somewhere, and we must be able to get the price down so that the money is spent in country. You know, if we are getting 2 million people spending average of $3,000, that will make the finance minister very happy.
I think you should give my panel a big hand. Yes, I'm loving them. This is very interesting. I mean, in speaking to some of the key challenges, Doc mentioned staff capacity, patronage, access to resources, regulation, and cost of operations, right? And then Prof came in, also spoke about citizens' participation in relation to the collaboration between government and the private space, citizen participation, and then to promote, I like the leave aspect. It's very important. There are some CEOs, and they are watching online. Most of them. The leave is very, very important. Because really, how do you plan a holiday if you don't even have time to breathe? You understand? There are people that are working Sunday to Sunday. So really, you cannot even experience anything. Yeah, so that's key. And then the concept of education is also very important. And Evelyn has also outlined some of those elements and stuff that will help investors find some value. And then key in her presentation was the incentives in the sector. And of course, we just had my big brother, Mr. Anani. We're going to come to the panel, the auditorium, see if anybody has any questions, and then we can take those questions. Then we can be getting ready to move into the next. There's one more presentation. We're coming to you straight from the Pediasa Lodge, and this is a very, very important conversation we're having on tourism. We have a question?
Yes, I believe that the airlines would like to respond to, a representative of the airlines would like to respond to the cost. And we had earlier on, they've been here since the morning, just to shout out, Qatar Airways was here, Rwanda was here, as well
Delta
as,
has also been around. I've seen
South
Delta
African
around, South African Airways, yes.
So my intelligence is sound that they want to respond. So who bells the cat? That's the issue. Yeah.
Oh,
yes. All right. Delta is here. Delta, hey, talk to us. Oh, she's your chair. It's even better. Fantastic.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Eloina Badu, Senior Manager for Delta Airlines and also Chairperson for the Board of Airline Representatives Ghana. Pricing is a very sensitive issue, and in as much as we would love to speak to it directly now, IATA laws prevent us as airlines from discussing it, collectively. So as a board, what we can say today is that we will get back to everybody on it in a way that the laws that guide our operations permit. So that's what I'll say now. Thank you.
Are you a politician? That's a very political answer.
But Rita, can I come in?
Yeah. Perfect example of a holding statement.
That is a...
We'll get back to you.
MC, may I ask a question, MC? Fine, he may not give us prizes, but at least can you agree with us that the current pricing of fares to Ghana is not competitive?
Make it to and from. Not to Ghana.
Okay, to and from Ghana. It's not competitive. We're not saying you are charging too much. Just tell us it's not competitive. No comment on that one.
Another political response. No
very
comment.
Political. Any other? I think we can take about two more.
Yeah, we have some
questions.
questions. There's a line. There's a line of people here.
Yeah.
So let's
great,
go. Yeah.
Great.
Lady in yellow, please go ahead.
Hi. Before I start, that's very diplomatic of you.
Very.
In as much as we sometimes struggle to pay that, we want the experiences at the terminals to be a little bit better compared to those going to Europe because y'all don't treat us right. We pay so much.
Good point.
You know what I'm saying?
Good point.
Thank you.
Good point.
All right. My name is Daphne Spencer. I am the co-founder of African Association of Women in Tourism and Hospitality and a founder and CEO of Hospitality Amplified LLC. I'm a consultant. I speak hotel fluently. Thank you for your presentation today. A couple of comments that I would like to make and contributions. We did talk about investor conversations. I think some of the challenges we're having with investors not looking at Ghana is risk. Sometimes I believe that folks that are interested in investing in concepts do not consider their own expertise, the backgrounds, the track record that they have. You may have someone interested in developing a hotel that have not done it before, that does not have the track record to produce the numbers that they're estimating or projecting. And so when that is not coming from a place of repeated success, you struggle. So how do we align ourselves with entities or organizations that have done it before that can hold our hands through the process? There are experts and consultants that can help with that. I had a client present to me a concept and I said, are you prepared for the next 5 to 10 years to own the concept but not necessarily own that building? And she struggled to answer. You know why? We own the concept. Without the funding, you really don't own a business. So what do you have to back that concept up to get that investors buy-in, right? Secondly, we talked about the perception with hotels. I've mentored a few hotel folks that want to be in the upper echelons. As of 2021, only about 13% of women represented executives in the hospitality industry in the US. So you can imagine what that number might be in Ghana. I've mentored a few people here who now work in Movenpick and Kempinski and such. And when they hear that I've been a general manager of a Marriott, I've worked with Hilton on a national sales level, they ask me, how do you make a career in hospitality? It is, what direction do you want to take your career? And do they see representation? A lot of the people they see leading don't look like them. Like you mentioned, a lot of influx of expats to take on these executive positions. How are we preparing our students to be bold, to not be afraid of the numbers, the business of hotels, the business, the very business, the content of what makes a successful business? How are we preparing these young folks coming in to actually hone in on their talents and take on positions where they are decision makers, where they feel confident as Ghanaians that they have what it takes to run the likes of Kempinski? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are solid contributions right there. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Kwaku Pasa Senior is my name.
Yes, sir.
I'm a tour guide, a tour operator. We've been talking about tourism for some time and over the years. But my position is that not many people, especially those in key positions, who should take decisions, understand the role, the positive role of tourism in the country. When President Kufuor came to power, his first instruction was that all the newly appointed ministers and high commissioners should undertake a tour of the country before they go posting. Fortunately, I was their guide. We visited all the regions. And when they went back, I know they were able to do something, sell Ghana better. We've been talking about PPP, but we never tried to bring in the district assemblies, municipal assemblies, because I think these are sectors that can actually help to promote the industry and do a lot to lessen all the costs that we are talking about. For example, Kintampo and Hohoe, for example, should have been one of the richest districts in the country. If they realize the potentials of tourism, they can help train. We've always been complaining about the quality of service. I'm sure they can also get involved in the training of tour guides, hotel, and others, instead of leaving the burden on GTA and others to train them. They can also invest in roads. I mean, there are some portions of roads that they can get involved in. And this morning we're talking about tourism routes. And tourism growth should not be for only tourists, but the farmer, the market woman, the pregnant woman will all make use of this. So I plead with all of us, especially those who can afford, to help get the district assemblies to understand tourism, invest in it, and we'll be able to move forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. One key thing I've heard in the two submissions are education, a lot of education and enlightenment. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. My name is Edward William Brucelau. I work for the National Development Planning Commission. I think this summit is quite timely considering the times that we are in. And I do share in most of the submissions that's come from the panelists. However, one thing that struck with me in the conversation was the issue about sanitation and its impact on the tourism sector. Ghana has a sort of a policy on the management of plastics. Largely, a lot of the waste we see around is an offshoot from single-use plastics. I'd want to pose a question to the panelists whether they see this as a problem for the successes that we hope to chalk in this drive on rethinking tourism. And at NDPC, we like to see things as interconnected. The issue of one sector's policy having an impact on another sector. If we are comprehensively thinking, doing this rethinking, can we look at that policy aspect that talks about gradually reducing the use of single-use plastics because it has an offshoot implication on the efforts we are all here trying to raise tourism to the next level. So indeed, not be a talk in our documents that it's a really major contributing factor to our development, but we can actually practicalize this. So this is the question I would like to pose to you because that policy talks about gradually. What do we mean by gradually? And examples from countries as close to us as Tanzania have been able to ban, with a political decision, ban single-use plastics. This chokes our gutters. It has effects. When we are in rainy seasons, we see the effects of these chokes. How are we thinking about this? So I'd like to get some answers from this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll take the last one. We have about 3 more. Wow, okay. It's going to be interesting.
Good afternoon again. I'll be quick with my question. So on the panel, we have University of Ghana, so we have education, we have tourism, we have hotels, and we have investment. So I guess my question will follow up on the educational piece. So what are we doing to educate the workforce for the customer service ecosystem that we're creating with tourism? And I think that if we lead with education and the students that are matriculating from university or in vocational schools, if we can get them with specific transferable skills that directly connect to customer service, then we would have more investable businesses, and then we would own more of our private sector. So my question is how are we bridging the gap between the educational needs and the needs of our businesses to grow and meet the demands of tourism?
Great. Good question
afternoon,
there.
everyone. Thank you. Today, I'm not talking about arts and culture, for those of you looking at me strangely. Okay. So I'm here listening to the conversation, and I feel like we're focusing on the formal sector in a certain price range. What are the other things we can do to include community and be accessible to a lot of people? For instance, in Europe, a lot of students go to Europe in the summertime with just a backpack, and they are able to tour Europe. Even if they are not spending a lot, they come back and they write about it, and then more people go to Europe. We have a lot of sites we can. We are talking about how hotels are capital intensive. Can we work with the chiefs in our different towns and villages, encourage them to select maybe individuals in their communities to host someone coming from outside at a much reduced rate, which will increase the number of people coming. They could do hiking, we can pitch tents. There are people who are interested in just like sleeping with the monkeys. So there are locations that some of these activities will happen. So I think it's time for us to really look beyond what we've always looked at and look at maybe low-cost options for tourism. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Sapong Kwankama, an ex-staff of GTA. I've looked at what is happening. In terms of investment, I want to agree with the lady from Investment Center. When the concessions was withdrawn, tourism investment became very expensive. So I want to suggest that tourism should be treated separately when it comes to concessions, if you actually want to see the development. Because after all, we take hotel tourism tax, we also take the 1% levy. Why can't we support? Then it comes to the training. I think that tourism administrators have not lived up to expectation in that area, and I'm part of that. Because as far as 1974, there was a map of development and training needs assessment, and it's in the library, gallery, and dust. Then in the 90s, there was map of needs assessment in the tourism industry. All sectors were considered, and we came up with areas that needed to be looked at. It's still covering that. We also suggest that modern day administrators should get back to the library, go and collect the dust from the studies and do something. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're going to come back to the panel. I don't know which of the, there's been a lot of contributions and questions. Prof, yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I think the question on the education very relevant. Of course, let me say that the universities, KNUST, UCC, and Legon have been doing very well with regards to tourism development in terms of education. But I suppose what we need to add is that we should see the industry players, i.e. the workers in tourism and hospitality, just like we see the nurses. It's a profession. Now, a profession means that we need a continuous development. So I think we must, as part of their licensing or their education, we must have them a CPD, continuous professional development, which means that annually you need to show that you have actually undergone some kind of training, customer services, customer experience, so many other, maybe hygiene, etc., in order that we can actually renew your certification for you to practice. I think we need to go that line so that we can enhance on their development. Thank you on that one.
Thank you very much. Then there was that conversation on the use of the single use of plastic. Single-use plastics, exactly.
Yeah, George, that is taking place under the Green Project.
Great.
And recently we even attended the Green Ghana forum where we discussed these things. Some of the hotels are doing that, and we encourage other hotels as well. And George, with regards to education, or what I would call capacity building, I will want to draw a line between the traditional education institutions and the proposed tourism and hotel school under the Ghana Tourism Development Project. Because I think that that new school must be made to focus on those in the industry.
Yeah.
So we set a curriculum that determines what we want to see every person in the industry have in terms of skills. Okay, run by the GTA, so that once you operate in the tourism and hospitality sector, annually or every 2 years, you should go through that school. That is very different from the traditional ones where you go for your master's or your first degree and all those things. And that's very important. But George, quickly, when you were going through the points I raised, then an acronym quickly came to mind. SPARK. SPARK, in relation to rethinking. So the S, which is for the skills, and that's where the policy on the school comes in.
Yeah.
With the patronage, and Mr. Passa also mentioned something about the ambassadors who were asked to go around the country before they go on their. You see, I think we should now start putting pressure on the embassies outside to bring people to Ghana.
People to Ghana.
And
It's
if all the
important,
embassies are doing that, and of course, we need to replicate the year of return.
Yeah.
Kwewu is there for East region. What about the other regions? So that it can be an
annual
all
thing.
year.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then quickly, George, when it comes to the regulation, we want the private sector to be more involved.
Exactly.
And we have been advocating for even making it mandatory for every tourism and hospitality player to be part of an association.
Exactly.
So that the regulations at various levels. We started at our level, and then GT also comes in. There are more to say, but
There's a
because of
lot more
time.
to say, but we're out of time. Let me go to Mr. Nani, and then
Yeah.
I like what Madam Amy did speak about.
That's what
the
I want to
inclusion.
talk
exactly.
about.
Yeah.
I think Auntie Amy made a very useful contribution.
Very.
Trying to find low-cost options
Yeah.
so that we can expand the tourism experience. Already the skeleton for that arrangement exists. You know, in licensing of accommodation facilities, it's not only 4 or 5-star hotels. We go all the way to home lodges and tents and all of that. So you don't necessarily have to have the money to stay in a very expensive hotel to have a tourism experience. There are tourist clubs in secondary schools, workplaces, and so on. So the pieces exist, and we should be able to string all those things together
And
to
most importantly,
expand
throw
the
light on them so
experience.
that people will get to know
And so
about
I
them.
think it's a useful suggestion. But the NDPC gentleman who was talking about the plastics, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, there's this notion about circular economy. For when we say tourism is successful, it's not just money, it's not just GDP and so on and so on. It must not impact negatively on the environment and also not affect the culture in a negative way. So we are at tourism, we are interested in having sustainable environmental practices. But it cannot be that the tourism sector in an isolated way drives this business of non-use of plastics. It has to be a nationwide thing. Rwanda has banned plastics. I mean, why can't we ban it too? So if we want to ban it, let's ban it.
Let's ban it.
And then we all survive on whether leaves or paper. We'll find a solution to it.
Thank you. All right, Evelyn, any final thoughts? We're just about to, yes.
So, final thoughts. I think we've had a very interesting conversation, and I agree with the lady who talked about involving the communities.
Very important.
It is something that we also have realized that there's a need to involve the communities in this drive to get investment into the sector. So I would call for a collaborative effort between public and private institutions, agencies. Let's work together and ensure that we increase or ensure growth in the sector.
Great.
Thank you.
I'll give Prof the last word.
Thank you, George. I think very, very necessary, I call it youth in tourism development.
Yeah.
Now, I've worked, of course, through the Destination Legon program that we do, which we're in the 8th edition. I've seen my students develop some amazing tourism products and services. The problem is we're not able to turn it out into a startup businesses, which I think we need, because we need to have the area sustainable. So when you do youth in tourism, you have a sustainable growth, you have a sustainable employment, and then of course the future of the industry is actually sustained. I mean, if you look at the industry now, I'm sure average age is about 35 or 40, which means that we need to actually fill in the gap. When they leave, where are they? But if you come to my campus, the banks are looking for 22-year, 21-year persons, and whenever they finish school, they're going to the bank, the telcos, etc. What are we doing to replace the workforce in the hospitality and tourism? We need to make it much more attractive to the young people so that we can actually sustain the area.
I think you can give them a hand. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I mean, this has been a very important conversation on easing the bottlenecks in that business space for tourism to thrive very, 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 very positively. I have one appeal, and I'm happy that everybody is here. You know, when we speak about tourism, one may argue that it's kind of transient. Everything within the arts and cultural space falls right under tourism. I come from the art space, and I am pretty much into events. I'd like to plead that some attention is paid to our event venues. I know the ministry is putting up some amphitheaters and stuff, but it doesn't mean we should neglect the ones that we have already. The National Theatre is desperately crying for help, and it would be good to, pay some attention to it. Plus, a few of the other ones that exist. Our State House has been shut down for a while, the banquet hall, beautiful event venue, and if we can look at some of those ones, it's just an appeal that I think it would be good to put across. The other one is also a plea. We are event planners, and when you produce an event and you go home and you're counting your losses while the GRA is smiling to the bank because they had every event, we want to pay the taxes, but we've all asked for incentives here. If there could be some incentives for event planners too, because trust me, the entire December in Ghana idea would not survive without events. If we all go out of business, December in Ghana is also dead. So please, if there's anything that can be done for event planners in that space, let's have a conversation with the GRA. Give us some relief, especially in December. So thank you very much, and thank you to my panel. Thank you very much, Kafri.
Quick photo, yeah. You don't want to put the lady in the middle. Prof, switch with her, please. I beg you. Thank you. All right. Thank you. All right, let's give them a big hand. Thank you. Awesome. Also, just acknowledging before the next panel, the Vice President of ECOWAS Tourism Private Sector, Ambassador Nancy Sam, who is here, and the representatives from Qatar Airways, Rwanda, and South African Airways. And if I have missed any airlines, please let me know so I can add. And Delta. Delta was there too. I couldn't miss Delta. Okay, so our final panel is going to be moderated by the first moderator. His name is Bernard Avle, and he will introduce his speakers. Can we put our hands together and welcome for the second time? Yeah, Bernard.
Yeah. Oh, please, what are you doing?
Ago. They say here we say ago, then people respond.
We are practicing our political work.
Yeah, Charlie.
It's good to see you.
And then you run small when you're going up the stairs.
If I don't fall.
Don't fall. Bernard,
wow.
I give you.
Please put your hands together for yourselves. I have never been to a program that said at 8:30 and by 2:30 people are still strong. Charlie, you guys, you are powerful. Put your hands together for yourselves. Wonderful. I have a few panelists. I'm going to invite them. We'll make it very interactive. The topic is tech and data-driven growth in tourism. My panel comprises of the Deputy Controller General for Ghana Immigration Service, Mr. Lord Efrifa. He's in charge of operations and command. I mean, he's a big man. I'm sure he will come and explain. Oh, put your hands together for our Deputy Controller General. Thank you, sir. Please sit in the middle. We're very privileged to also have from the GTA Deputy CEO, Mr. Echo Sampson. Mr. Echo Sampson. Wonderful. And we are also very happy to have the country director for the MasterCard Ghana, Mr. Bosman Ekufu Kwapong. Bosman Ekufu Kwapong. And last but not least, from PhD Ghana, the CEO, Mr. Bright Lajekpo. Oh, come on. Give him a wonderful applause, Mr. Lajekpo. Great. So this is the last panel for the day. There are about 4 more tomorrow. So we will not talk about everything. So even though you're expecting a long panel, make it very, very, very short. Because it's technology, digital. So what I'll do is, I'll ask everybody a first general question. That's question 1. Right? That's the compulsory question. Then question 2 is optional. You choose. That's the long essay type. Then we'll mark. And then when you finish, you do your summary. So it's 3 questions. So there are 4 people, 3 questions. If you do 2 minutes, 2, 4, 8 times 3, very short. By 30 minutes, you are finished. We will not solve all the problems in tourism today. When we come to the question time, it's very simple. So the first thing is, the topic is very wild. The topic is heavy. So what I'll do is, I'll give each of you a minute to tell us who you are and what you do. So I am Bernard Avle. I talk for a living, journalist. All right? So you tell us what you do. Then the second issue, what do you understand by the topic? Because the topic is very serious. Data and something. Tech and data-driven growth in tourism. What does that mean to you? All right. But in answering that question, you also add what you are doing. Right? You are in data, whatever. How do you, because you are MasterCard, right? So how does what you do enable data and technology? How does that affect tourism? Please, is it making sense?
Yes.
So those are the. I hope we've planned a thing. So let's start with introduction. So please tell us more about yourself, Mr. Bosman Ekufu Kwapong, in 2 minutes.
So that's a very fully loaded question, but we'll make an attempt. I am Bosman Kwapong. I work with MasterCard Ghana as the country manager. I think MasterCard is structured in 3 ways. One is the MasterCard Foundation, which is the NGO arm. Then the second one is humanitarian and development, which is aimed around how do we introduce things for human advancement. And the third one is the MasterCard business, which is purely the profit-making arm of MasterCard. Wonderful. So that is what we do. I think our understanding of the topic is in maybe 3 folds, right? One would be the whole world says that data is gold.
Yes.
Because the reality is that you can use data to drive insights, to get a lot of insights and drive the decisions that you make on an ongoing basis. Because otherwise, you would be going on a path that you would not know if it's right or not. And I like the number of data points that we have heard here. The minister talked about how tourism has grown year on year, 47%, which is very good. But it would be great if we know which areas they are coming from. Is it the standard tourist people that we are having? Is it the rich tourist people that we are having? How do we attract the different streams of tourists into the country? I think when you talk about technology, there are challenges along the way. When you talk about the visa on arrival process, and I have the frustrating experience of always having to get my customers, people who are visiting Ghana, pay $150 cash. How can't we automate or digitize that process? So everybody has to carry cash and pay $150. We need to automate that process. So when you look at the challenges that have been talked about, how can we use technology to resolve those challenges? Wonderful. Is how we understand that.
Oh, put your hands together. That was wonderful. So you added question 1 and 2 together. Wonderful. My Deputy Controller General. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bernard. Lord Afrifa is my name. And as my uniform and cap shows, the airport. That's what we are known for. Yes, we are in charge of visas and regulation of people into the country. And that is a key component in driving tourism into the country. We have been doing a lot of work with the Ghana Tourism Authority. We understand the key role we play in helping them to succeed. So the topic that they chose, 2 keywords jump out: technology and data. Yes. The technology is the processes that we put in place to deliver visas, to facilitate entry into the country. And then the data, the information that we generate to help the policymakers to make policy decisions. The Excellency, the President spoke a lot, and in some of the presentations that were made, 2 keywords kept jumping out: visa on arrival, e-visas. And then a panelist spoke about the difficulty in uploading when applying for visas in the missions. Yes, that is part of the e-visas, but with this problem that we are seeing, we have to improve the system. We moving out into the physical appearance at embassies to apply for visas, to enable persons who want to travel to Ghana to travel, to apply online. And that is a system a new system that we are deploying all over the country. All the Ghana missions abroad. But the most popular one that we do, the visa on arrival, increasingly is becoming popular, and more people are turning to its use, maybe because of the problems that they encounter at the missions. In 2019, we issued about 36,000 visas on arrival. We expected the figure to grow, but for COVID, etc. But last year, 2022, the figure jumped out to about 40,000. Wow. This year, we are not even half year, but we are over 20,000. Wow. And a lot of it also comes from applications that we receive from the Ghana Tourism Authority. Yes. Again, I'm sure I was asking my colleague here whether Ghana Statistics Services was here. It looks like they forgot them. That is where the data also comes in.
Yeah.
They are running a project, the HISWA project, that is harmonizing and improving statistics in West Africa. That is a project that I think that you must tie into. With that project, we are giving them data for the country to formulate policies. The same way we can use that system to share our data and information with you. So for now,
you've
in the
answered
nutshell,
question one, question two,
question
you
three.
Finished everything.
Thank you.
So I won't give you more paper.
Thank you.
Put your hands together for him. Well, I want to jump to Mr. Lajeko before I come to GTA, because GTA, you are like the host. I listened to Akwesi Ajima. He spoke about three things: investment, capacity building, and marketing. I suspect you are here because of marketing, digital marketing, but I'm not taking the wind out of your sail. Tell us who you are and the role you play in this whole conversation about tourism. So, Mr. Lajepo.
Thank you very much. I work for PhD. We're a global network of marketing communication consultants. So we are all over the world. And in Ghana, the role we are playing, we believe, is shaping the way the industry works, moving more towards marketing science. I heard the Deputy Minister of Finance talk about science, the fact that this is an industry that you can see evidence-based outcomes. And so it's easy to invest in that because you can see the results. And so we drive a lot of data initiatives in the market as well. We have consumer panels that we have developed. We are launching very soon. We use a global operating system that has embedded in it AI and machine learning that allows us to customize communication to custom audiences. We use a lot of the usual suspects, Facebook, Google, and do a lot of e-commerce for some of our clients. We are privileged as PhD Ghana to work for some of the biggest advertisers in the country. So that's a responsibility we think that can extend to what we can do based on the experiences we have working for those categories into tourism as a driver of growth for our economy. I see marketing communications contribution even become more important because of the digital dimensions. Digital is driving a lot of disruption. And it's all because data is now what we call the new oil, if you like, the new gold. And there's a lot of data because we have these devices that collect data phenomenally on every conversation you are having, every location you are at, everything you are doing. You think you're sending an email by yourself, and AI is reading your email and determining which advertising we serve to you. So it's even more efficient to target individuals, address advertising specifically to persons, not masses any longer, which used to be back in the day. So there's efficiency that science, data, and technology brings to the equation. And even more importantly, effectiveness, because then if you have insights from data, you target properly, and you're more effective in what you are doing. I'll end by saying that local insight is probably the biggest insight. That local insight that we pick from the community, from practitioners like the ones who are talking to us and giving us feedback. That perhaps is one thing that we need to find a way. That is more not quantitative, but qualitative data that we use a lot in terms of our marketing decisions.
Super. A round of applause for him. Great. Now, the reason I come to Echo Samson last is that when I look at the topic, for each of the people here, I can find one word that is connected to the topic. This guy works on MasterCard, so he's doing payment. This gentleman is from immigration. He's doing electronic visa. This guy is a marketing communication guru. He's doing digital marketing. I don't know what digital thing you are doing. So you have to tell us, because when I look at you, I don't see anything digital. So you have to explain to us what you are doing on the panel.
It's interesting because maybe my face looks like born before computer. And that's the order of the day. But GTA is doing a lot. And I'm so happy for this conversation, actually. Because 6 years ago, my boss is here. When we had the privilege to talk to the World Bank, anytime they start coming to the office, I try to run away as an operation. director. And because we didn't have data, and my friend, Mr. Frifa, I'm so happy to meet him here. Because I remember running to his office and then asking him, Mr. Frifa, where is the data? Because we need primary data on arrivals. Yes, and all these years, we were projecting data. So when we say we have 956,000 people come to the country, it was based on the National Tourism Development Plan, which 2013-2027, it was all based on projections. So we didn't have any data until hard work and negotiation and partnership. Now we are getting data every quarter. That's why we're able to get a lot of information now. We are sharing to the general public. Otherwise, before then, we didn't have any data. So we were just marketing the destination without getting feedback for us to take informed decision. And that's exactly what we have managed to do within the 6 years period by getting real data. Now we publish tourism reports, and this tourism report has been very consistent. Since 2019, we've been providing you tourism report that gives information about expenditure pattern, give information about demographics, and then give information about even the average expenditure. All this has been computed, and now it is packaged for the public to know.
So if I went to that portal, I will know, for example, which are the top 5 countries of origin.
Exactly.
I will know the top 5 tourist destinations.
Exactly.
I will know the most visited region.
Exactly.
Wonderful. So which is the most visited region?
The most visited region, I would say now, is Eastern region.
Eastern region. This is
but
from
Volta region is also doing very well.
Volta is number 2.
Yes, Volta is doing very well. Traditionally, it's been Central region, where because of Kakum and then Force and Castle, it's still there. But now, this year, the data that we receive from domestic tourism, we have a brief botanical garden is taking over as number 1. And that, I'm sure, if we haven't actually taken a critical evaluation of it, but we know that Kwame Nkrumah, the renovation work taking place at Kwame Nkrumah might have pushed a lot of traffic to
so the number 1 visited site in Ghana is less than 20 minutes from here. Please, when we finish, can we go there? No, let's put hands together for the Eastern region. Wonderful. And it's good we are here, right? So Eastern region is number 1. This is for domestic. And Akakum is also very high.
Yes.
Amazing stuff. This is good news. So is this on the website? Where can we find this information?
Now, you see, we have regional directors all over the country.
Okay.
And then we also work closely with the tourist site. You know, so we get regular data from them. Just like we get the inbound international arrival from migration service. We get those from the tourist site, and that helps out to analyze them regularly.
Wonderful. Put your hands together for him. That was great. Now, so I promise, so I have a bonus question for everybody. And the bonus is a very simple question. What is the most important technological innovation that you need to see in your field to give tourism the needed boost? Is the question clear? So in my field, I'm a journalist. So if we have a nice camera to show tourist sites every day on air, it would be nice. That we are media people, we have TV station. But that's not your answer. So in your field, what is the most important technological innovation that you need to see? So it's not even something you are doing. Something you think that when it's done, the tourism curve will have an inflection point to go up. Boom. If there's nothing, let me know. So that's your question.
I think maybe I'll take a step back and give you a perspective around what we are seeing at MasterCard in terms of the tourism insights.
Wonderful.
MasterCard just published our tourism insights for 2023, the Q1. And one of the big information that jumps at us is the reality that leisure travel and business travel are now competing at par, which means they are growing at the same rate. Before, leisure was growing at a faster pace than business travel. Now business travel is catching up on that level. So what do we then do? And I think 2 suggestions that came here was really, that resonated with me, was around conferencing and around trade events. But back to your question around what do we do, what technology do we think we have? I think MasterCard has a tourism innovation hub that designs tourism solutions for any country that is interested. And the process include knowing the challenges of the country, co-creating with the country the solution, and then coming up with something based on insights and data to drive the challenges that the country is facing. So if you ask me for now, I'll say Tourism Insight Platform would be the one most important item that we need to do. And secondly, creating a loyalty platform that rewards people for repeat travel into Ghana. Because at the moment, if I come into Ghana, what is the motivation for me to come back? We need to have a loyalty program that rewards people for repeated travel. And those would be the two things that I want to articulate.
Wonderful. Thank you. Mr. Frifa from the immigration side.
Yes, thank you, Bernard. I'm not sure I can pinpoint one thing that I'd say, if we do this, it's done. We are doing everything, almost everything now. All we need to do now is to integrate all the systems so that, one, the embassies can deliver visas quickly. Applicants can access the visa on arrival facility online quickly. And then also us installing a very effective border management system that talks to all the systems. We have an integrated system, and I think that they are
So
good
you
to
had
go.
a nice answer and you said you didn't have an answer. Something I read a story 2 days ago that some guy was coming to Ghana and he didn't have his passport and he had a card, his Ghana card or something, and he was able to travel. Is that true, and is that part of what you're talking about?
Yes, that is true. Under the Vice President's digitization program, we introduced the Ghana card travel policy.
Okay.
So with that, if you have the Ghana card and you are coming to Ghana or you are traveling to Ghana, if you lose your passport, you can travel to Ghana on it. If you are a dual national and you have the card, you don't need to take a visa to travel to Ghana.
Wow.
The airlines have all been informed and they are implementing it.
So it was true. The guy came without his passport.
It is very true.
Amazing.
And it's working.
Wonderful. Put your hands together. That was great.
And
So
then the good
integration.
thing too, the last thing that we did that has made us very popular, we scrapped the filling of the card on arrival.
That card, but did you actually use that information on the card? Because
Yes.
that card, Charlie,
That is where he was getting his information from. But because we are implementing that new system in the missions, we still have that information.
So you don't need to fill that
So
card.
you don't need to fill
When you
that
want
card.
to enter the washroom, then they give you some card.
That green one.
Annoying. Thank you very much for that.
Yes.
Again, I'll come to Mr. Lajepo. I want to always end with you so that you bring it home. So Lajepo, I know it's a difficult question, but what's the most important innovation we need to have within your field to give tourism the necessary boost?
Very good question. I think I will start from a concept of beyond. I've been thinking through what we could do beyond the things that are working. A lot is working very well. We're doing very well. The brand is up. The traffic is growing very fast, double digits and so on. But what can we do beyond? And one of the areas of the beyond for me is digital. Just digitizing and digitalizing is not enough. What can we do beyond? How can digital drive jobs for the youth? So we see all these young people promoting Ghana and travel destinations on YouTube. YouTube pays them some money if they hit a certain threshold, right? What can we do as a nation to put our young people to work, to drive tourism using their devices and doing stories around our destinations, around our sites, and all the themes that we are driving, December in Ghana and so on and so forth. If we can get something that we can get into their hands, that all of them jump on board as part of our digital transformation, that definitely will be for me.
I love that. Thank you for that. If you want to clap, you can do that. Thank you for that. So last question, before you answer your substantive question, the guy who gave me the mic, he said he doesn't speak big English like me. So when I come, I should ask that why is it that when he goes to tourism sites, he can't get internet? So when he's there, he wants to do like a video to show his girlfriend that he's at the place, then the internet is not working. He said, I can't get network. So why do tourist sites not have network? He's the guy at the back. He said I should ask you. So answer that first before I ask you a substantive question.
Right, but Bernard, I will come to that. But let's know that now we are in the global market field. So because we are in the global market field and tourism has become very competitive business, and I was just checking the data, And then we realized that before COVID, before the global lockdown, about 1.5 billion people traveled around. And that generated about $1 trillion. In Africa alone, we have about 68.8 million tourists coming in to Africa alone. And that is even in a minutest part. And with that, we have about 169 billion US dollars coming to Africa. Okay? And Ghana, I mean, had that 3.3 billion. It is very small. Very small. Okay? And we have data that 5% of them are coming to West Africa. Okay, so we need to know that now tourism has become a global business. Okay. And you cannot play ball there when you don't have the appropriate technology to assess this market. That's why we need to, when we are talking about data and then technology, is very, very key. Because for you to be successful, you need the appropriate technology to leverage on this huge opportunities there to assess it to your destiny. And countries, big countries are actually leveraging on technology to assess it. Now to your question, if you are talking about appropriate technology, I will go for digital marketing. And the reason why I'm saying this, it resonates not only in the global space, but also resonates in our domestic space. I had this figure. Those that use internet in Ghana alone in 2023 is 23.5 million. 23.5 million users of internet in 2023. And then in Ghana, internet penetration is 68.2%. Okay? And then Ghana has 6.6 million social media users. So, and then if you come to those that use cellular mobile, 43.8 million people use cellular mobile. So
we have more cellular mobile
yes,
than
about
human beings.
129%. Wow. So then, what it means that if you are looking at technology that can help us to assess, certainly the social media. Facebook alone, last year, about 8.3 million people were subscribers to Facebook. Okay, it is projected to grow to 11 million Facebook users. So if you are doing business in tourism and certainly you want to play ball, these are the mediums by which you can get access to your destination and also improve your lot in business. Thank you.
Wonderful. Please put your hands together for the panel. You didn't answer the question on internet.
So yes. Let me come to that.
You didn't.
Okay, so unfortunately, but we are doing well. I gave you the figure of 68.2 penetration. We don't have you need to have broadband, fiber broadband in all the attraction sites. The government has done very well through the initiative of the telcos and all that. Now, with your smartphone, you can access. But it's not every place that has this connectivity. They are working hard, and I'm sure that if we reach that level where there will be sufficient connectivity across board, I'm sure that's one of the things that now that we are looking at rethinking tourism. Okay. These are the things that we have to bring to the fore so that all these remotest parts can also have access to tourism.
Thank you very much indeed. Internet. Wonderful. So somebody suggested earlier that we should do one tourist site, one what? One district, one tourist site.
One tourist site.
I have 4 panelists, so I'm taking one panelist, one question. So I'm taking only 4 questions. So Madam is number 1, gentleman is number 2, Madam is number 3. So please get up. Where's the 4th one? I need somebody from this side. Number 4. Hey, Western Regional, you are asking question. I have seen 2 ministers. Let's acknowledge the Western Regional Minister, Honorable Ochredako, and then the Eastern Regional Minister, Honorable Seth Echampong. Oh, please give us a wave. Eastern Region, you are in a comfortable lead. They say you have overtaken. Yes, and Western is also doing very well. They have a lot of nice beaches. Thank you for supporting Honorable Awal. So 4 comments of questions, 1 minute each. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Joseph Amate, Executive Director, Tourism Society of Ghana. This is the third panel or the third discussion.
Yeah.
And throughout all the discussions, I noticed that they've been making emphasis on youth.
Yes.
The young ones,
Yeah.
future ones, or yet those who are yet to come. And I was so excited. I waited patiently to ask this question at this time.
Okay.
During the era of our fathers here or grandfathers here, there used to be something we call excursion. Today, we don't see the excursions anymore. I think I could be proved wrong. We don't see them. And it was based on things that were not done right. So Ghana Education Service put a stop to that. And they didn't stop it, but indirectly, the processes that these teachers had to go through were so hectic.
Yes.
Bring a car number, driver's license, and a whole lot. So they don't even organize. And when you organize and the inevitable happens, you have a question to answer. Because of that, they cancel. And of course, due to that, domestic tourism has come down. My question now is that what deliberate effort are we doing to bring back that domestic travels or excursions to schools?
Mr. Mate,
Thank you.
Wonderful. Who answered that question? GTA, excursion. Thank you, madam.
Please, I can easily collapse, so kindly don't get me tensed. Thank you. Okay, so I noticed that Eastern region, we are in a comfortable lead with domestic tourism. Luckily, the minister is here himself, Eastern Regional Minister. I'd like to ask the question that links with Madam Emmy's first question. Is there anything that our gentleman that spoke about educating the youth in digital use, to promote virtual tourism? Can there be a merge between the chieftaincy, the development, all of that, just for the Eastern region? I'm concerned about the Eastern region. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Question 3.
Mine is not a question, more of a comment. Okay. You've talked about data and you've looked at mostly people coming in, but I think that your data falls short of the capacity in which tourism is affecting all of us. For instance, it will be important to know what the people do when they come. So if you can put together maybe a tourism, arts and culture special passport or a QR code where people can scan and show what they are doing while they are in the country. Wow. Then you get a good idea about the impact of tourism. The other part is there are a lot of events that happens, and I always say that from National Theatre perspective, if someone is coming to me, they saw a dress. I mean, as a woman, I know what I do. I go and do my hair, my nails. All those people are impacted by one performance. Yeah. You don't take that data, and there's credits that you could be taking. Today, the people who did the setup, these are temporary jobs you've created. There's no data on them. So your data has just begun, and you need to do more. Thank you.
Wow. It's worth 2 questions. So we'll take it as 4 questions have been answered. Thank you. Any comments? Amate said we don't do excursions, and Eastern region for special mention, technology, data issues.
Yeah. So thank you, Amate. We are working very hard, and domestic tourism has been one of the things that we have really aggressively marketed. As I'm talking now, there is ongoing Share Ghana, Experience Ghana, Share Ghana, which is going on. And we have also worked with the youth ambassador. And he knows that I've even written a letter through him to the Ministry of Education for them to work with us. Excursionists, I know, it's true. And when we're in school, some of us belong to Geography Society, and you need to travel and all that. But we are also working with Ghana Education Services to resuscitate that part which has now become a concern. You see, when people travel and there is no safety on the road, and in case there is an accident, the parents becomes very foot dragging when they want to allow their children to, so all these safety, road safety issues are being addressed.
Okay.
And then accessibility is also being addressed. So now, I'm sure that as we work closely with the education, Ghana's education services, especially under the Ministry of Education, will resuscitate this program back. Then let me also talk about what my sister Amy raised. In fact, tourism covers so many tentacles. The value chain of tourism is very broad. Data, as I told you, it is recently that we've made effort to actually get information. But as I'm talking now, Ghana Statistical Service is working with GTA, Immigration Service, to do what we call tourism satellite account. The tourism satellite account covers every activity that the tourists engage in. What he engages in they are so broad. But now, Ghana Statistical Service is leading the process to actually measure the actual contribution of the tourists to the economy. Once that project is completed, we would be able to know that even the data that we are talking about far outweighs what we are talking about, because it covers every fabric of society, and it dovetails into other industries like agri, manufacturing, and all that. Once we're able to compute and get the data, I'm sure they will give us the priority and attention that it deserves.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. We'll take final comments from floor, from the panel, and we close. What's the last thing you want to say? We've heard a lot of nice things. What's your final comment, sir?
I think the reality is that we all agree that data and tech are two in sync and relevant things that we need to consider in our development of tourism. I think when the UAE was having financial crisis, one of the things that my bank, when I used to work in the bank, they used to do is everybody that comes into UAE, you are required to spend as a way of getting the economy back. And I think I would encourage each one of you, as we receive tourists, we should encourage them to spend $1 more than they would have ideally spent as a way of getting more money, right? That is what I do personally for my visitors that come into the country. I try to say, get a kente for your wife, get something else for this, so that they can spend and get more money into the country. So that is something that I encourage each one of us to do, so that we can get a lot more spend from tourists.
Thank you, Mr. Frifa.
Well, I think mine is very simple. I just want to assure everybody that we'll do our best to improve the systems that we have to make sure that they can access visas very easily, and we facilitate their entry into the country. Thank you.
Straight. Mr. Lajepo? I always end with him.
I think, to be fair to our sister from the Eastern region, she was trying to draw our attention to the fact that local authorities need to integrate with those of us in digital and what have you. So I think it stands to reason that they own the communities that the tourist sites are. They are the landlords, or if you like, the owners of the community. So there must be something in it for them. There must be a way we collaborate with them for them to see development as an outcome from tourism. I guess if that's where you're headed, right? Wonderful. So again, I'll go for what would drive growth through youth empowerment. And I think a lot of education and training, formal or informal, will really drive growth in our industry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Final words to Mr. Sampson.
Right. Bernard, thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity to thank His Excellency for this opportunity. It's the first of its kind, and we don't take it for granted at all. So we appreciate the effort that is made to resuscitate tourism growth in this country. You see, we are in a global village, so we are all playing balls in the global marketplace. And ability to compete favorably depends on the data and technology that you employ to compete. You cannot compete favorably, successfully, in the global marketplace when you don't have data, and then you don't employ and acquire and then maintain the appropriate technology that will help you to leverage and then attract people to your destination. So it is key that those of us that are suppliers and those of us that are within the intermediary space, it is important for you to leverage on technology to push the tourism growth together.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. To summarize, thank you, Mr. Bosmane Kufu, particularly for your tourism insights and also for the platform that you've created to help us in our tourism. Thank you, Mr. Lorde Frifa, for your integration ideas and for the visa on arrival. Thank you, Mr. Lajepo, for your brilliant ideas on digital marketing. And thank you, Mr. Eko Samson, for your passion for putting all the data together. And thank you for being such a wonderful audience, putting us together for yourselves. And I'll bring back Mr. Kafui Day.
One group photo before you go, all of you. Yes, please put the uniform man in the middle. for obvious reasons, right? Yeah. Yes, you can be playing some music while they're taking the photo. It works. Thank you. And let's applaud the fantastic moderation skills of Mr. Bernard Avler. I learned a lot just listening to him and taking notes myself. Thank you. One quick piece, 30 seconds, and then we'll bring on the last bit. Let's have some music to just cool things down. We've had a lot of talk. Go ahead. Let's have a wrap up for today. And it's my pleasure to bring onto the stage the board chairman of the Ghana Tourism Authority, Mr. Seth Ejay Ban.
Welcome, sir. You're writing notes. Sure. Have you seen your notes?
Yes. Ago. Ago. My Honorable Minister, Dr. Awal, my regional minister and my good friend, Seth, my Western regional minister, yes, distinguished personalities here, industry players, directors, everyone here with us. It's been a wonderful day and history is made today. I'm so happy that I'm part of this history. The first time ever presidential summit on tourism, rethinking tourism for economic growth and job creation. If you look at our country or what is happening all over the world, everybody is talking about economic growth. Everybody is talking about how best can we create jobs for our people. And it is not a surprise that today, His Excellency the President has made it possible for us to rethink and engage so that we can have the solution that will help us to grow our economy and that will help us to create jobs for the teeming people who are forming associations that are not supposed to be formed. I'm very happy to say that the presentations are so wonderful. If I want to just take in perspective to summarize everything, we are not going to live here today. I'm just going to talk about just 5 points. But there's one thing I heard some time ago about a father who wanted to challenge his son. And he said, if you are not within the first 10, you will come home and you see what will happen. Then a friend of the son told the child that, let's shame your father. So how do we shame it? Study hard. So really, the guy studied so hard. When he went home, the father said, are you among the first 10? He kept quiet. He asked the second time, then the third time said, Daddy, I'm first. Said, wow, the father was ashamed. We are challenging ourselves today. My president was asking us to get about 2 million 2025. My minister is very strong and has been working so hard. Honorable Minister, let's shame the president and get a target next year. If we put our hearts together, we can do that 2 million. From the presentations going on today, from all angles, I believe that we all think it is our duty to make sure that we improve on tourism to create the necessary jobs that our people are looking for. Every one of us here is very important and must be ready to be part of that. It is a history being made. I was sitting there and thinking, why this time? Why not some years back? God knows that you are the people to make the history. Wherever you are, whatever role you are playing, it's so important that if you put your heart to it and your mind to it, you can make it work. We are fortunate to have a leader who is ready to move us. And I think we all have to give the needed support so that we can get there and make sure that we create the economic growth and the job creation we are all looking for. On that note, I want to give you the summary of whatever was discussed here. One, I just have 5 simple points that we have to look at. That is a summary. One, tourism can provide significant economic growth and job creation. We all accept that. That is one point that has been made clear. 2, sustainable tourism needs to be incorporated into policies and investment plans. That has also been made clear. 3, leveraging the potential of new technologies and digital solutions is essential. From the panel discussions, we need those things. 4, ensuring a balance between economic, environmental, and social objectives is essential. We cannot just look at tourism, we have to look at the balance, everything. Then the last but not the least, partnership and collaborations are key to ensure the success of tourism initiatives. On that note, I want to say thank you for making up the time. A lot is left to be done, and I believe my minister is going to push all of us to make sure that everything that has been discussed here, will take it in good faith and go with the implementations. It's not just about just discussing it, but how to implement them to make sure that we'll get the required results. I want to thank you, Honorable Minister. I want to thank you, every one of you here. It's been a wonderful discussion. Even as we go, let's continue to rethink tourism and look at how best we can make the mark and make sure that Ghana can earn about 4 billion. For me as a businessman, I want more. So I think Minister should push more to let Kwasi get gray hair. You see, the more you push him, he will push the directors, and I know they will bring the money. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The gray is starting from his chin. You can see his chin is gray already. Give him a couple more years, the thing will reach there. But maybe if he allows the hair to grow, we will see the gray, you know. George, thank you so much. Akwesi, thanks a lot. Mr. Minister, thank you very much. For all of you who made it to this time, it's very rare to go to a conference and see this amount of people at this time. Put your hands together for yourself. You've been awesome. And that brings us to the end of day 1 of the Presidential Summit on Tourism. Tomorrow, last day of May, we gather here, God willing, for day 2. Call time, as we say in the industry, is 8:30 a.m., bright and early, sharp, and willing and able to go and do some more conversations on tourism. That's our theme, rethinking tourism for economic growth and job creation. May it appear in your dreams tonight. Thank you very much. My name is Kafui Day. Have a beautiful remainder of the day, and God willing, we meet again tomorrow. The orchestra can play us out to some nice music to wrap up a very successful day 1. And thanks to our online audience, you've been great. Tomorrow we'll take contributions from you as well. Thank you so much. Have a beautiful, beautiful remainder of the day. God bless. We can't go here without recognizing the presence of Royal Air Maroc, Askai, and Air Cote d'Ivoire. They represented us as well, and it must be put on record that they are part of the airlines that were here. So thank you so much. Merci beaucoup, Royal Air Maroc, Cote d'Ivoire, and Askai. Je vous remercie. Thank you.